Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, December the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. Maybe somebody on YouTube, if you can do the same thing, just pop in and say, yeah, you can hear me and see my screen. And my pre-market actives went blank. Just give me a moment. I'm going to just do a little refresh. Thank you, Fusebox. There we go. All right. Yeah. So the one that just popped in here was this QCTS. Actually, does it come down again? I'm sorry, QCLS. QCLS. So Martin S has decided that he likes this one and he's put a $100 near-term price on it. All right. Thank you, Sahara. Or, yeah, Sahara. Or Sahari, sorry, in our YouTube room. So that is QCLS. That is the news on it, if you will. Low float, 4 million in the float. It was active yesterday. PLRZ. Wow. I mean, we saw this the last 2 days. It was super active the last 2 days, and look at it now. So they're telling us that they achieved some kind of a manufacturing milestone for its nasal hydrogel barrier. That is what they're telling us. And it's a very low float, 1 million in the float. Kala, the only news I could see was afterwards. This is 1701, so 501 after market close yesterday, filing some kind of an initial beneficial ownership statement naming Oxford Finance. And their QCLS is continuing, guys, continuing. The high, well, it's taken out the high of yesterday. The next high on the daily chart is around 589, 590. Next high is 6, call it 7. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, QCLS, not shortable for me. Ernie, William, we've got a lot. We still have a lot of earnings plays. GCO, big slap down for GCO. It's an earnings play. Boy, not a lot of volume. Or sorry, not a lot of. Well, a couple things. Yeah, not a lot of volume. Only 22,000 shares have traded. It's down 26%. Only 9.8 million in the float. And once the market opens, I'm sure the volume is going to get a lot more, of course, but only 9.8 million in the float. GCO and is now, as we speak, just underneath the 200-day moving average. I didn't see the after hours move. I saw today's move. I wasn't looking at the market after hours yesterday, but yeah, I mean, I did. I saw it obviously this morning, but yeah, crazy. After having 2 really nice days. Tiger is an earnings play, guys. China FinTech. Tiger, a little bit over TIGR, a little bit over the 200-day moving average now. TIGR. Meta spiking as cuts metaverse efforts. So is it going to go back to calling it Facebook instead of Meta? Is what you're talking about. Plans deep cuts to the company's metaverse efforts. Yeah. Go back, call it Facebook again. But yeah, what a spike. What a spike. 5% move for the 2 billion in the float. That is a big move. And look at that, right at the 200-day moving average. Just going to mention you, MBX, another new low, guys. MBX, another new low. Imagine waking up, you've been in MBX, maybe even from 13, a few weeks ago, 13. It's had a beautiful little run up to 35. Everything was good. I wake up this morning and Goldman dumps a whole bunch of cold water on this stock, basically downgrading the stock and putting a price target of 18 on it. Initiating. This is an initiation, initiating a sell and putting a price target of 18. Imagine. Of course, it doesn't mean it's going to get to 18, but I mean, there was no clue that was going to happen. So, William, maybe we'll have to look for a bounce on that one. It's a bio. Next low looking left on the daily chart is 20 around 27.36. So the earnings play, guys. Yeah, Build a Bear is a little choppy, but it is an earnings play, down almost 8% on earnings. Another low float, 12 million in the float for a $52 stock. Now this was really low volume. I don't know if it's still, yeah, this high. HY, very low volume. Yeah, 38,000, only 9.5 million in the float. I could not find any news on it. I don't know if they've got anything to do with robotics. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, this is, and it's, right at another one right at the 200-day moving average. It was very low volume right now. Give me one moment. Should have had this up and running, but I didn't. Yeah, I saw the C bio and I didn't, because I wasn't up at this time, but it pops up to 22.83 and it's right back down to 15 something, 15.42 or so. Trading higher after the company announced a partnership with, I'm not going to even try to pronounce that, some biopharmaceutical firm. The company secured a $185 million private placement. How about Sichuan Kelun? Sichuan Kelun. Some of these moves are just so wild. Good volume too. 1.28 million in the float. Another low floater, 5.6 million in the float. Yeah, snow is an earnings play, isn't it? I don't think I have it anywhere. I just read about it this morning. Snow is an earnings play, and yeah, down $22, down an 8.4%. Big float. Who's trying to prop it? I think this is Baird. Yeah, raising it to 270 from 260, even after this. Let's see if there's anybody else. Wedbush also maintaining a $270 price target. Davidson maintaining $300 price target. Oh, there are some guys coming in here and saying, you know what? Okay, we got hit a little bit here on earnings, but we still like the long-term prospects of this company. Snowflake already has a $100 million AI run rate CEO. Real usage, not hype. This number is not cosmetic or speculative. All right. Well, market's not liking their earnings report right now, anyway. CCRN. CCRN, where I think, oh, this is one of the ones that are down. CCRN down, and okay, I couldn't quite get this. Well, I guess the shareholders really wanted this merger, but so this merger is not going through. However, Aya has to give them $20 million as part of the termination fee. So CCRN is getting $20 million, a termination fee, but I guess that is not good enough in terms of, I guess the shareholders really wanted this merger. All right, thank you for, excuse me, thank you for that, William, in terms of your quick analysis of MBX. The other one that was flying a little bit was Fly. Don't see it right now. Here's one that's moving down, guys. Cheap one, FRSX, moving down. Other one, look at this pop. I've been chasing this one and getting in and around three, thinking, okay. And then look at it now, 183. You are right. Wow, a lot of room now. A lot of room. I mean, look at this. Next high looking left, 759. Not saying it's getting there, but at least, as you say, through the 200-day moving average, through that high of 680. Wonder how much they sunk into the metaverse. Deep cuts. Again, I was sort of kidding, but why not just go back to calling themselves Facebook? Yeah, we have short float of 1.29%. So yeah. So this is another one I do not have shorts for. PLRZ, no shorts for me for that one, nor the other high flyer, the QCLS. However, what's PMCB? Did somebody just mention that one? Oh, okay, this is I think you just mentioned this one, Obi, right? So PMCB. Well, that's a pretty devastating press release, though, right, Obi? I mean, to say they're going to really cut back on metaverse spending. So why call themselves metaverse or meta anymore? Anyway, but I thought I was kidding, but you never know. There's 110 is the 200-day moving average for PMCB. If there's any, I don't see any news on it. Okay, finally, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, I robot moving down now after its big run yesterday, getting into the 200-day moving average. Yeah, moving down now, guys. Not short. I'm sure yesterday was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not today. Well, if you got up early enough at 7:05 p.m. That's yesterday. I'm sorry. I thought it was 7:05 this morning. Okay, that was yesterday. I'm looking at the trade wave buy 5 minutes. Well, there was a buy flag right there on the QCLS. What time was that? That was at 7:45 Eastern time. The Cure, QURE, down for some reason. Drops. More negative news from FDA on Huntington's disease drug. Okay. Well, that's sort of a it's not a it's not well, it's down 19%. What do you think, William? The next low looking left, 22. Wow, it's below that low on the monthly chart. The next low is 1393 on a monthly chart. That is, and it's below the 200-day moving average, and that is for Cure, QURE. That was for you, IQ. Though it didn't show up. It didn't show up in the scan. And if you're going to ask why, you know why it didn't show up in the scan. It obviously didn't meet the filter requirements. It did. I thought when I saw that 705, I thought that was this morning, but it was the yesterday evening after hours. Yeah, my favorite food company, Hurl, HRL. Um, earnings play, earnings play up a little bit. HRL. Okay, well, there's a bounce. There was a nice bounce for MBX. Nice bounce, about $1 so far, maybe even more. 28.28. Yeah, about $1 so far. I think the low was around 28. Oh, 28.24. So there's $1 bounce. But let's see if this is short-lived. I'm going to put a price alert at the low here and see if it takes that out later. A lot of share. There are not a lot, but 250,000 at Interactive Broker, so there are enough available to short. Looking at Bitcoin, guys. So Bitcoin is basically flat. It's down $360 from yesterday's close. Yeah, so PMI was one. I haven't found that the cheap ones, IQ, the really cheap ones are that great, but no, that's with not a huge amount of data that I've looked at from that scan. Okay, but a more, I think the ones that are a little maybe over $10, up to $50 or so, they seem to be a little more movement in them. But I mean that again has no. There's only two this morning. The CBIO, because I have a 15-minute chart up, but I can see the price it triggered at 1587. But I was probably early. Was it 8:30? No, it was right here. It was right there. Actually, so that could be interesting. I mean, it's still there's a couple of little buy flags here, but to me, it would have to get through 651 or 1651. I mean, that's giving up quite a bit. That is the 200. That's the VWAP up here. Okay, quick look, guys. Market was up a lot yesterday. Well, the Dow was anyway. The SPY and the Qs were up a bit, but the Dow was up a lot. So let's take a look at XLE, the energy ETF. Yeah, still moving away. XLV, I'm sure, is great. Yeah, okay. Most of the major sectors are probably going to be higher based on yesterday. Yeah, XLB is still, flirting with that 200-day moving average. And state consumer staples, that's the one. Getting closer. It is getting closer to the 200-day moving average. I think it's the only major one underneath. I think I did XLB already. Yeah. I think consumer staples is the only one that's underneath the 200-day. It's interesting, XLU. So XLU, the big, has had a big spike up. Well, a few weeks ago, up to 93, and XLU, of course, utilities. When the market was kind of, yeah, people seem to want to take these dividend bearing stocks. A lot of them that's what they are, dividend bearing stocks. But starting to fade. Still above the 200-day, but starting to fade. PMCB over a dollar now. Next high looking left, 120. There is the view. There is the 200-day moving average, though, 110 or so. So have that to contend with if you're in this. Okay, William, thanks again for that. Taking a look at Cure. Look at GCO, guys. GCO. Let's see if the volume's picked up. Not really. The GCO just wow, really giving up the 200-day moving average now. It's an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. Only 28,000 shares. When the market when we get to 9:30, I'm sure we're going to get an explosion of volume. Well, PMCB right at got to a critical level. That's that 200-day moving. Yeah, it is a 200-day moving average. 110 got to a critical level. You can see where it got to, right to the penny. Okay, it's right there. It's right there. A little bit above. The next high looking left is 120. See any news on this one, Obi, or anybody else? I don't see any news on this one. Nothing today that I can find. But I mean, ton of volume coming in. Look at that, 1.44 million in that bar right there. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now, what time is it now? 9:22. So I am going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. So just give me a moment as I, number one, save my layout. Boy, this is really rocking now. The next high again is around 120. Somehow, if it takes that out, I mean, the monthly high, well, that's the same, okay? 120, 125, 140. So, on the monthly can bars. Okay, guys, just loading my 9:30 layout. By the way, that trade I took later on in the day, that AEVA, really worked out nicely for me. It kept moving higher and higher and higher. Okay, so these are the top six from that previous scan. The pre-market act is up. These are the top six. I think I've talked about them all. Yeah. A little bit of a fade now for the PLRZ. Still no shares available for me at Interactive Break. Oh, let me start all over. Still no shares available for me at Interactive Brokers to short for PLRZ. Boy, this looks so ripe. I mean, a little self flag there, a little downturn. Well, you certainly should see it. Now, the only thing I can think of, do this for me, okay? Take a look at your configure IQ, okay? Do you have the earnings per share filter? You'll see it is called EPS, and with a min and a max. I don't. Yeah, I'm saying I can't point to it, but this filter right here. Do you have this one? The EPS? Nope. Okay, then I have no explanation why you don't have PLRZ. Because sometimes when it's an Israeli company or some of the foreign companies, um, that adding the EPS to a scan is sort of a hack to get so you don't see ETFs, etc. But sometimes it blocks some of these foreign companies, especially the ones from Israel. We've noticed because even though it's a stock, it's for whatever reason treated like an ETF. Are you talking about using the? You talking about this in our channel bar? As you know, I don't use it, so I'll have to see what it says. Yeah, let me see what the filter is, just out of curiosity. If there's any filter in here that's yeah. See, I asked you to look at that EPS. See, it does have the EPS. You said it didn't, so I'm just pointing at it right there. That's the reason. You take that out, but the problem is, why don't you just take mine? Okay. The problem is if you take that out here, it's only going to work for the day. Okay. And the minute or the minute you exit any channel and come back to it, any change you make is not going to be saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everyone. So of course we can't allow people to make changes to the channel, which would affect everybody. Okay. But it was right there, EPS. What? You just go to my homepage. Go to my homepage and you will see it. Okay. Just scroll down. View scans is what I use. Pre-market actives up and down. Now, this is in grid format, okay? So it'll look like this. All you have to do, of course, is just show the tree map, okay? 1 minute. You're right. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down, and I'm all over this scan here, guys. My gap scanner. So really, all I'm looking at all day now. Nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45. That is by design. It doesn't mean I'll get something at 9:45, but I will not get an alert before then. And that's because it's a gap scanner. Stocks can gap up and down and up and down, up and down. Pretty volatile in the first 15. Again, it doesn't mean everything is settled down after 15, but this certainly. Whoa. All right, guys, we are open. So a very many. CCRN has been basing right here. They've nixed some kind of a merger they were going to do with AYA, but AYA had to pay them $20 million. So it was basically AYA, I guess, who said, you know what, we don't want to do it anymore. QCLS, guys, QCLS, you can see it right here. Now, is this a bounce for No, this is not. MBX, that just took out the low of the pre-market, MBX. Goldman trashing them today, putting initiating a sell and an $18 price target on them. And that is MBX. Little untradeable right now. 28.85 is the bid ask spread. Pretty low float, for a $28 stock, 32 million. All right, this one is moving, guys. Capricorn. See, big day. Yes, excuse me, a big day yesterday. The classic doji closed where it opened, and it's right at the close now. You can see it's just basically a penny below, and a high yesterday. Oh, this one, of course, this is that one that had some news. Target raised to 50 from 25 and Maxim. Yeah, so I mean, this is what's the spread like? Not terrible. 30-40, 30-54. Not terrible. It's early though. So it's a little bit above now the close of yesterday, CAPR. PLRZ is getting closer to 17. Got a little bit above 17, in fact. Pre-market high looks like around 1749, and it got into that level on this 2-minute bar, and then it kind of got stalled right there. Really have to look at a monthly chart now to see where this thing could go. I mean, it's such a low float. It's had many reverse splits. This is, in case you're wondering, no, the stock never got up to $72,000. High there is 1743. The high previous month. Well, okay, so 17. It's really no. It's hard for me to see this. Yeah, so I mean, there's really no real resistance for this one for a while. It wants to keep going. NVDA Nova, big move here, guys. Not a lot of volume, but and it just got halted. I'm sorry, it's halted. Boy, this is like yesterday, isn't it? Just like yesterday, guys. We had this giant. I don't think it was right off the bat. Maybe it was. Yeah, I think it was kind of right off the bat. A giant red bar to start the day. Just like yesterday, but a big recovery. Now that was somebody said this all about Microsoft yesterday. Rivian, RIVN. Wow, big move for this one. Okay. No brainer. Put $500 into it. That's what they said. Okay. No brainer. EV. Talk to buy with $500 right now. Yeah, but I mean, hey, it's the high last week or last month was 1813 or so, 1813, and it got to 1806. Well, the cure is bouncing. QURE. Wow, cure. What a bounce. Shoot. What a bounce. That is a big bounce that I'm not part of. It got down to 1974 up to almost 24. Wow. Okay, real cheap one, guys. ABLV. ABLV is on the move. Some volume coming in. The next high looking left on a monthly chart is 177, which is the same on the weekly chart. So there is some room for this ABLV. There is some room. Don't see any news on it. No news that I can find on ABLV. Probably a low float. It's low. It's China, but not crazy low. It's 22 million. All right. Kala, after a pretty big pullback, 156 down to 120, is now moving again. Kala. You guys were mentioning Path, PATH. Yeah, I mean, here's another one. Next high looking left is 1874 on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, a little closer, around 7. So it's got some room on the weekly chart anyway to about 1750 or so. Good. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just looking at the weekly charts to see where could it stall as it's moving higher. Another one that's got room on a monthly chart. ONDS has been very active. 1167 is the high of a couple of months ago. The weekly high looking left is 11. So it's got room. I mean, it's got room. ONDS has got some room. Actually, yesterday's high could be this stalling. Put a price alert there, guys. We're on 913 and see if it takes it out. That'll be breaking yesterday's high, ONDS. And I'm waiting on this one. Nothing will happen until 9:45 at the earliest. UCLS challenging the high now, challenging the high. Well, six break could get it really rocking here, guys. I mean, the next high, the monthly is 695. That high right there on the weekly is 590. It's basically right there. There's the high of the monthly, 690. Call it 7. So it's got some room. A little price alert just over 6 and see if it gets there. Number one. Oh, a nice bounce for GCO also. Wow. 22 to 25.23 for GCO. Another earnings play that was hit hard, but is bouncing. Rare earth play, guys, USAR. Let's take a look at what's happening with this one. Rises on a supply deal with Solvay and Arnold. Okay. QCLS guys at right at 6. You can see it's teasing that 6 level right here. QCLS holding the VWAP. Purple line on my chart. That's the VWAP. So it's kind of holding it, acting as support so far. Oh, XCH. This was halted, came out, XCH, and what did it do from the halt? Wow, it slammed down. Well, actually, I guess it popped and then it slammed down. It got halted. It was halted at 144. Oh, maybe it was halted on the way down. Sorry, it was halted on. No, it was halted on the way up. It was halted on the way up. It actually popped to 180, but look at it now. So the nuke guys, SMR. Let's see what's happening with this. They've just been totally out of favor. The nukes. I mean, look at this monthly. $57 last 2 months ago. Give me a moment, guys. Ah, well, I was trying to get some of this QCLS and I didn't get it where I wanted to. I mean, it may come back to it, but if it comes back to it, it may give up 6 again. So shoot. I had my alert at 603 and I was trying to get it around 610. I mean, it may just come, it may just rip from here like it is, but I don't want to chase it. Well, okay, so we're getting some now. We did get some at 9:45. So there's a gap down and reversal, gap up and reverse. So CBIO, take a look at CBIO. Yeah, big gap up and reverse. It gapped up and now it's reversing in a big way. Big way. Next low looking left, 1262. Yeah, market froth at the beginning, big pot, well, moving higher in the pre-market. Market opens down, little up now. So some market froth to begin with. Well, I'm sure some of you got into the QCLS. My little star from yesterday, my late one, AEVA, showing up on our AI through the 200-day moving average now. This is actually kind of basing nicely, the QCLS. Not bad. I mean, it's sort of settling down a little bit. Hmm. We had an alert right here. I know it's a little late, but 6:33 was an alert. Wow, remember early on, CAPR was ripping higher. Ah, crazy. Okay, guys, give me a moment here. I'm having to watch something very closely. You probably know what it is. Okay, and rest a little bit here. So CAPR. Oh, there are shorts available. There are. I can't remember if there were shorts available yesterday. But look at the wild. It's just like yesterday. I mean, pretty wild move. Up to 30, back down to 25. $5 drop. Yeah, I see LAZR actually on yeah. So this is just over $1 now, and the next high is 114. So a little bit of room if you're just getting into it, but Curl on the way down, guys. This is a gap up and reversal play. Gap up and reversal play. HRL. HRL. Gap up and reverse. Still positive for the day, but it is reversing. So I'm going to have to, for those of you who are new, this is my watch list for the day. Okay. This one right here. This basically takes all of these and says, don't repeat the symbol over and over again. Okay, that's what this, so this looks overwhelming. I don't mind seeing it because it's sort of nagging at me. Don't forget about me, but this is my watch list for the day, taking this scan, this multi-strategy scan and creating what I call a don't repeat. So you can see the first alert for hurl was at 24:53. But you're not get that's the last time you're going to see it in here unless it does something else and comes back and turns into a gap up and go. And that's what I watch all day now. Just watch this all day. They can set up at different areas. Now, this is on my homepage. This scan right here. This is not, but I can show anybody how you can create it. Very simple. There's the hurl moving down. That's why I like to wait at least 15 minutes, okay? Because otherwise a stock can gap up. You can see a lot of stocks at 9:30 in here, and it drive you crazy. A lot of different stocks. Okay, well, maybe now the market's got a bit of a direction for a while. Okay, we had that little glimmer of hope with that blue bar. Actually, and that was blue all the way up here. But nope. There's the hurl. Tiger is an earnings play also, TIGR. This is a China stock, China FinTech. It got above the 200-day moving average. 854 is the next low looking left, so there's a little bit of room. Did not take this one. Okay, so far, pretty, pretty good one for not a bad one from our AI so far, guys. But the path, and of course, the path has room. A little bit of room still. 1758 is what I see on the weekly chart. That's where it could stall. Okay, now watching the QCLS, it is still holding the VWAP over the VWAP, still holding 6. Path making. I did not take this one. No, it's from our AI. I did not take it. That red line is the next high in a daily chart, which is the high of 5 weeks ago. The high of 5 weeks ago on a weekly chart, right there, 1752. So it could still have a run into that. There are shorts available for me, 13.5 million. So if it stalls there, it could turn into a short play. Or it could just pop right through it all. Hey guys, QCLS is right back up now. QCLS right back up. I think this is the one I cannot trade at all at Interactive Brokers. It's one of these. Well, they give me a warning message. I'm in Canada, and they give me some kind of a warning message that I might have taxes, or I'm talking about the CEP. I tried to do this one in the past, but well, these PLRZ is just hanging around the 17 level. Still hanging around the VWAP. You see that purple line? It's just kind of hanging around the VWAP. Haven't seen HIMS for a while. HIMS, guys. Haven't seen this one for a while. This is super active for a few weeks. Petrobras, this is a Brazilian oil company. For some reason, it's halted because of news. Okay, this is a news halt. Okay, Brazilian energy company halted because of news. Hurl, come on, hurl down to 24. Ooh, I didn't take this one. CBIO. Oh man, a lot of shorts available too. Um, the alert was at the short was at 1325, 1251 now. Did not take that one. Right at a potential support area. Still, it's actually gone negative now for the day. It's very positive. Now it's negative. Right at a potential. Now that S there, that's a well, it's a high, it's a low somewhere on a daily chart somewhere. Okay, that's what it's referring to. So will that hold it? That was a nice one. Just as well that I cannot trade this one. I mean, it's popped up here, 16 hit above that resistance area and came right back down. Okay, NDRA was a gap down and reversal play, but it hasn't really moved. The alert was at 582, so really hasn't moved. And also, for me to play reversals like a gap down and reversal, I want to get the market on my side a little bit. Doesn't have to be necessarily ripping higher, but just has to stop moving down for to play reversal. They had news. announces results from its TAEUS liver device feasibility study. So it did have some news. Initial reaction was actually looked pretty good, but not now. Oh, really? Well, maybe it's another one. That's the icon. Hmm. Maybe I'm thinking of another one then on the CEP. Maybe I'm thinking of another one. There were a couple, and I thought it was. You know what? It was IEP. It was IEP, not CEP. IEP. This icons stock. Yeah. Try to buy that one, and you're going to get a warning. Oh, well, at least you're used to it. If you're a Canadian, it's going to little box pops up says you might be you might have to pay taxes or some stupid thing. So okay, guys, GCO. I am going to watch this around the see if it takes out the VWAP. I mean, it has had a beautiful pop. It's still down 20. It's still down $9. Okay, Hurl, can you get under 24 for me? Gonna place it right at 24. Only if you're a Canadian, William, on the IEP. That's the one. Yeah, that is the one I'm talking about. Yes, or the message I would get with the IEP. I confuse it with the CEP. What a move yesterday, guys, for Serve. SERV. Nice move, and it's above yesterday's high. Okay. And it's on the move. And the next high looking left is 1324. Yeah, 13, call it 1324 on the weekly chart. Well, guys, it's still a little after 10 o'clock. So it is now time for me to talk about my homepage and all the information you can find on it, including scans, races, compare count windows, etc., that I'm sharing. So just give me a moment as I get my link. All right, just popped in my homepage. Now, this is not, as I said yesterday, I didn't think it would be available today. So these promos are all gone. I've asked a gentleman who looks after my homepage to, okay, guys, the QCLS just challenging. Give me a moment, guys, on the QCLS. Okay, guys. Well, I'm looking at a 650 break on this one. You know what happened? Give me a moment, okay? There's a lot happening. A lot happening. I got it. It did break, but I too fast for me. All right. Well, let me get back to this, okay? So these promos are all gone. You can get 15% off everything. Okay. You have to use my promo code Barry15. Okay. That'll get you 15% off any plan you decide to take. Premium annual, standard monthlies, premium monthly. Okay. Well, again, you cannot use these codes. These have dissolved. Okay. But they were, I was hopefully I kept nagging at you guys. If you did want to take out a subscription to, try to use these better promos. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use my code, whatever it is. Again, it's the Barry 15 now. Helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room. For those of you on YouTube, this is what I mean by a main room. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am back. Yes, QCLS. Sorry. Oh man, not the easiest. Yeah, the second got through 650. I had an alert price at 650, and I got through it. And now where it goes, I don't know. I have to pause and my talk about my homepage right now, guys. Back what I've well, you know me. I've taken some off just before 7 in case I cannot get through there. Okay, but I will put a price alert. I know it popped above a little bit above it, but I'm going to take some off right here and see what happens. And again, for those of you who don't know, I have anything I'm in, I have a thumbnail. I have a bunch of charts on my other monitor, and I thumbnail them. Put small charts so I can always track. So if I'm in a trade, I have, for instance, the QCLS, I have a thumbnail on another monitor. All right, where was I on my homepage? Oh, it's already changed. Thank you, Rudy. So he's changed it. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you must do is this. Okay, go down to the education section, click on that. All right. That's got to be a 7 break. Yes, for the QCLS. Of course, I'm looking at the chart, my other monitor, so I knew it was 7. over 7. Um, yeah, so scroll down, and the first thing you must do is the getting started with trade ideas. First thing you must do if you take out a subscription, okay? Mandatory. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with the second video and go to the end. There are 12 videos. Go to the end, all short. That should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you'd like to try, at least for a month. Back to basics is right here. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free. I always forget to do this. On my homepage, if you keep scrolling down, I'm going to get to my scans and all. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right now. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. If you don't think you're getting it after signing up, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If they're not in either of those two folders, and by all means, contact us and we'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. Now, before I keep going and showing you the information that I'm sharing in my what I call the custom scans, one long, one short for me right now. This the main room, as I call it, the main room is open at 6:45. Okay, 6:45 Eastern time, 6:45 in the morning Eastern time. I don't open it. Obi opens it. I get on and I open YouTube around 8:30. I don't think there's really anybody in YouTube anymore. I may just shut it down. There's no action in YouTube whatsoever. I mean, I may just shut it down. It's nobody wants to show up. Seriously. Might as well just come into the main room. Okay. Come into the main room. Just give me a moment, guys, as I'm watching this QCLS. So, as I say, the main room is open at 6:45, and I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. Okay, you are there? Okay, in caps. Okay, at least there's one person answering. Thank you, Nihan. Now, why don't I open the room at 6:45? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So that's why, thankfully, Obi does that for us, opens the room. That would be 4:45 my time, a little early for me. So Obi opens the room at quarter to 7. So, I don't get on the mic until 9, but there's lots of action, lots of people posting stuff until I get on the mic at 9. And I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later though if there are questions. If there are no questions, that's what I'll take off. But even when I take off, William in the main room usually keeps the room open after I leave. And lately, he's been keeping it open till about 3:45. It's up to him. Both of these gentlemen, Obi and William, they're not under any obligation to do what they're doing in terms of opening the room early by Obi and keeping the room open late or after I leave by William. Okay. So they're not obligated to do that. But I think, golf applause, no, big applause for both of them. Okay. So he's just saying, so William's saying he's going to keep the room open till 3:45 today. Now it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. You can ask me questions all day long if you want. Come on, hurl. Yeah, this is so far a nice day, guys. Even the path, I did not take path. Nice day. Did not take the path. So let's take a look at my scan or the information that I'm sharing. Okay, in terms of, it's sort of misnamed. They're not all scans, but for the purposes of people who are new, click on that. This is the information that I am sharing. Okay, so the ones you can see, the gap continuation or reversal is right here. The movers of the upside versus the movers to the downside is here. Halts resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, the pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Now, that's all I have up and running. That's all I have up and running. I have other information that I am sharing if you want to take a look at it. I'm not running any races right now, but I have a couple of races, a large cap race and a volatile race, a wide open race. These two. I don't have the momentum scan up and I don't have the Pepe combo scan up, but you can take a look at them. Okay. Single stock window will look kind of like this. So if you have any questions about these, you can ask me questions, of course. But really, all I look at now, guys, is this gap is the gap scan. But remember, I take that gap scan and I turn it, and so I can follow the symbols really easily, the ones that have been activated in this scan. This tells me over and over. So here's path at 1705, at 945. Every time path made a new high, you're going to see it. That's why you see path over and over and over again. You're only going to see it one time here. Why do I like to do that? Because sometimes, I like to go back and say, well, first of all, what if I miss path early? Say, okay, what did I do from 945, 17? What if it was only at 1710? I could say to myself, well, maybe I can still take the trade. Or at least I know I was alerted to it. Maybe it's pulling back into an area that I like. I use this like a watch list all day long. Sometimes, let's see if there's one today. Don't see one today, but sometimes you might get a gap up and reverse, a stock that gapped up and reversed, and then later on it'll turn into a gap up and go. So you will see the symbol again as long as it's in another it's in another scan. These are 4 scans that are in here. Gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. Okay, there are 4 scans. All these they're just alert windows. That's all they are. And what I've done is typically the use of a multi-strategy window is for people that don't have a lot of screen space. So you can take individual alert scans and put them into a multi-strategy window, kind of assemble them all in a multi-strategy window. But what I like to do is I like to put stock or scans that are similar. These are all gap scans, and I like to put them all in a multi-strategy window. That's what I like to do. But I could break them all out individually. Now, the other thing is you don't have to have them all checked. I right click on these. These are the ones. Now, maybe you don't want to see stocks that are potentially moving down and are potential shorts, like a gap down and go or a gap up and reverse. These are potential shorts, okay? Maybe you don't want to short. That's fine. You can just uncheck them. All you want to do is see the long. However, as I said, a gap down and go could turn into a long later on. It could gap down and go, 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 and then all of a sudden it finds a bottom and it could reverse. So that's why, even though I like to short, I like to go long. I would never uncheck these, but it's up to you. Maybe you just want to play reversals. Just want to play reversals. Well, you can just uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go. It's up to you. And you can see we had a pretty big reversal for the QCLS. Hopefully, guys took profit on that one. I don't know what it's going to do later on. It could be one of those later on. Where is the resistance for OCUL? Well, if I can't see it on the daily, then I look at the weekly. If I can't see it on the weekly, I look at the monthly. So I don't have OCUL at all up and running. So, or on a scan, I don't think anyway. Yeah, it's pretty good though. Yeah. I mean, it's so if I look on a daily chart, the next high, 1256, so it broke through that. It's through that. And a couple of monthly highs are the same. So on a weekly basis, the next high is 1288. So I can't see anything on a daily. So that's, when I look left. So the next thing I'll do is I'll look left on the weekly. So there's still a little bit of room. That high is around 1288. There's a high right there of 1297. There's a high right there of 13. So, right around the 13 level, Could be resistance for OCUL. You get through those though, 1371. What links are you talking about, Mike? I mean, my gappers. It's all on my homepage. Yeah, so this one's on my homepage. You can have it on my homepage. This one, I'm going to show you how you can do it. It's very simple. It's not on my homepage, but I'll show you how you do it because you can, it's a good exercise to go through because you may have an alert window in which you just want to see the first alert and that's it. So then here's what you do. So this is on my homepage. Just go to my the scan section. Okay, scan section, view scans. Here it is. Gap continuation or reverse. Now understand, when you load it, you're not going to see everything that happened from 9:45 on, okay? You'll only see the last alert in the 4 scans that are there, okay? You'll only see the last one. So common question, people load my scans later on and they say, well, how come I'm not seeing everything it doesn't look the same? And that's the reason. Now to create this, the don't repeat, I call it DR. That's why I added DR. I'm assuming you still want to have this. So what you do is you duplicate that window, duplicate it, right click, duplicate it. Okay. Duplicate it. See what I mean? This is what you'd see. If you loaded my scans right now, this is what you'd see. The last ones in the individual scans. And that's it. And then going forward, you will start to see alerts, of course. But next step, right click, go to properties, don't repeat. Okay, check the don't repeat box. And we have a bunch of time frames. So you can say, you know what, instead of seeing path every second it made a new high, you can delay it for 1 minute, 5 minutes. They're all real-time alerts. Okay, it's just delaying the number of times you see the alert. What I've done, I've said for the day. Okay, I've said for the day. And that's why I can look at that and just see the first one for the day. And then the only other thing I would do is go back down to the properties, window name, and probably, maybe add DR to it or some way that that it's the don't repeat version. Okay. And remember, everything from my homepage, you don't have to go in every morning. I'm not just talking to you, Mike, but anybody else. You don't have to go in every morning and load if you like this one, incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay. If you like this one, anything that you've seen from my homepage that you like, incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to go in my homepage every single day and load the scans. And remember, incorporating as part of your layout is as simple as, first of all, good practice is this. Anything that you load, anything that you create, any individual scan, or you should save it to the cloud, okay? So right click, if you've got this one, right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. Individual scans, it's a good practice to save anything that you've created or anything that you've taken from me or anybody else. Save it to the cloud so it's always there. If I accidentally exit this out, oh well, it's not a big deal. I just load it from the cloud. Also, sometimes you create a scan, like I've had the program since 2010. I've created a lot of scans in 15 years. Sometimes, I don't like a scan anymore for some reason. And so sometimes they could be idle for a year, 2 years, 3 years. And then one day I say, you know what, why don't I bring it back just to see? And all of a sudden I say, wow, this is pretty good again. And that's what I did with the gap scan. I hadn't used this for quite a while. But because it was in my cloud, It was easy enough to find it and bring it back and just check it to see what sort of alerts I was getting. And so now it's turned in my favorite scan. But who knows? Maybe a month from now, 2 months from now, I might go, don't like it anymore. Bring back something else. But the other thing to do is now save your layout. Okay. Once you have your layout meaning, perhaps some of the scans from me, from somebody else, ones you've created. Maybe you've got some charts with your time frames that you like. Don't forget, file, save or share to cloud. Okay. Click on from the toolbar, file, save or share to cloud. Click on entire layout, give it a name, my whatever you want to call it, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. Same thing. If you accidentally shut down the layout, no problem. Just bring it back. Another thing to do is, and another easy way, every time you make a change, you might make what you think is a small change to a chart or anything else, you've got to save it. So you can either save to the cloud, and what it'll do is it won't overwrite the previous one. It'll just create another one. It'll be the same name. You want to give it the same name. You can give it a different name if you want, but it'll be timestamped so you can see that it's the latest one. Other thing, at the very least, when you exit Trade Ideas, file, click on file and exit. It's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load Trade Ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will also be saved. And when you load Trade Ideas again, your layout will come back. But another great reason to save things to the cloud is if, not everybody knows how the cloud works. I'm sure not just ours, but in general. So if you went out and bought a new laptop, well, all you have to do is, you'll load the program, but then you want a layout, just load from the cloud. You don't have to recreate the layouts or individual scans or anything. Just load it from the cloud. It's all there. You don't have to do everything from scratch again. Boy, this path has just been awesome that I'm not in. Okay. The other reason to save things to the cloud, well, I should back that up. You can have Trade Ideas on as many different devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop computer for you guys, but I have a couple of laptops, and I can have Trade Ideas on all those different devices. Now, I can only have Trade Ideas loaded one device at a time, though. Okay. Interesting. Our AI had the same idea on the 650 break as I did for QCLS. I mean, I would have liked to have had it earlier. I couldn't get it. I wanted to get it at 610. Yeah, running. Yeah, you can only have it running. Yeah, that's what I mean. Loaded. Yes, you can only have it running one at a time. Yes. The other thing for people to realize is that if you go to it's not the web version. It's I can't remember the stock market watcher markets. What do we call it? I don't use it at all. I should know this, but I don't. The trade scope, the Trade Ideas, the trade scope. The link I used to have for it is or market scope or something. So if you go there, you cannot have that open at the same time as if you're using our downloadable application also. Okay, just so you know. Market scope. Actually, this is a great, I want to show you guys this too. Now, this is part of our AI, okay, or our premium service, or what we call our AI. Look what happened. the alert was at 650 for QCLS at 10:05. Okay, but you know what? It actually got stopped out. It went from 650 and it must have hit 590. Sorry, 631 was the stop price. It and it actually, yeah, it got down to the stop price 631, and then it came back halfway between the original entry and the stop price, and that gave you an opportunity. So if you missed it the first time, you had a re-entry at 640, and of course from there it just took off. So make sure you've got the re-entry columns. If you have our AI, make sure you've got those re-entry columns. And if I went over that too quickly, just let me know. So on the hurl, guys, HRL, I did get out most of my trade at 24. The reason being is it just looks like it's going to get stuck at 24. I still have some left because I am following the wave. Okay. It's flattened out though. You can see how this wave, I'm trying to follow the wave on the way down, but it is starting to flatten out. And to me, it looks like it could start to curl up. If that orange turns to blue, that'll certainly get me out of the rest of it. But and here's that QCLS again. So I guess PBR resumed, came out of its halt. It was a news halt. And what did it do? It got halted at 12.99. So it really hasn't moved. It really hasn't moved. Yeah. So Nosh, I think you have our premium service. So you should, in my opinion anyway, you should be watching the AI from here. Click on new and then click on that premium AI. There are three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. I don't know how you're monitoring the our AI, but in my opinion, that's all you really should have up and running. Don't go to the channel. It's way too complicated, in my opinion. Okay. So this is what you should have. And this is what I'm talking about, the reentry time and price. You can put the stop also, I suppose, but you can make sure you have these columns. And if you don't have these columns, you just right click in the body of this and go to columns. Okay. And these alphabetical order and just left click on it. So it gets highlighted and then left arrow it over. And if you want to put the stop price and the time, okay, left click it, highlight it, left click on it so it gets highlighted, and then left arrow it over. Okay, so now it's in this column. You can now when you do that, it gets added as columns. Okay. Oh, you don't have premium. Okay, well, forget it. Never mind. For some reason, I thought you did. And that's fine. I mean, that's fine. But you know, I've said this many times. A lot of people just wait to see if there's a reentry. You know, you can see right now how many alerts have we had today. So these ones underneath have not triggered a reentry. The only way a reentry gets triggered is if a stock hits the stop price and then comes halfway between the original entry alert and the stop price. Okay. So you can see re-entry at 640. That's halfway between 650 and 639. 631. That was the stop price. So if that happens, you do get an alert. And I know some people who use our AI. That's all they wait for, just re-entries. Sometimes you don't get very many over the course of the day. Sometimes you get none. But if you look at it in one way, that okay, the original alert maybe a little too wasn't quite the time, and then but later on it was. All right, guys, it is now time for me to see who's going to be taking over for me in about an hour and a half in our YouTube room. And I think it should be Steve Gomez today. When I take my break at noon Eastern, and I take a break between 12 and 1, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over for me in our YouTube room. So should be Steve today, but I'm just going to give him a little ping and see if it's him. A little bit like yesterday, guys. Not quite as bleak as yesterday. Remember at the beginning of the day, man, we had three giant red candles on I guess that Microsoft news, and then it market just completely recovered. And I see Bitcoin is recovering. IBIT. Oh, Hurl. Okay. Just got a new alert down here. So I still have some. Okay. I was getting antsy right there, though, to get rid of it all, but it did not curl up. It's a great way of showing you how the trade wave can keep me into a trade way longer than I ever used to. And I mean way longer. So remember, guys, you can ask me questions all day long. I just have the feeling that a lot of you are just shy to ask questions. Don't be shy, okay? No dumb questions, honestly. We all started out trading well, well, we all started out new at one time, okay? So honestly, there were no dumb questions relevant to trading. Waiting for Grumpy to ask a dumb question. There you go. I knew he would. I didn't. You know what? I was over here on special when I was talking. I didn't even know you had posted, but I knew you would. I knew you would. What type of water do I like? Straight out of the Vancouver taps. We've got one of the best. We have some of the best water in North America. How's that? Using the single stock window on my layout, I changed the setting of the chart. I like to bring the candle area bigger, make the volume indicator shorter. So you're talking about this, a single stock window. That's a single stock window. So what are you trying to do? You're trying to make what? The volume indicator shorter. You mean What volume indicator exactly? You're talking about this up here? This is set. You can't do anything, with that. I should get my, so what are you talking about? Are you talking about this volume right there? That? Everything up here, you can't adjust anything, okay? No, 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 okay. No, no, no. Okay, I get rid of that. The window on the top right, this one up here? Like my 2 minute, okay. So are you talking about you've got this? What? Hmm. Is this an option now? Oh, I'm hung up. I am hung up, guys. Shoot, too bad. I think I'm hung up. No, it's funny because it went, I got hung up at when I did that pointer thing. Yeah, I'm hung up. I have to reboot Trade ID. It's not a big deal. Yeah, whoops. Don't have it active. The only problem is, whoops, is now this, I will not have access to this for the balance of the day. I can always do a history, I guess, but okay. Yeah, I'm hung up. I gotta make sure that nothing is, oh, I'm not hung up. Oh, good, okay. Okay, so what are you talking about? Are you talking about all this? No. Okay, you're not talking about all that. All right. You change the ticker, it goes back. Adjusting the chart, make the candle bigger. Well, let me, I just want to duplicate this chart. So I can, I'm assuming I can do the same thing. I obviously I'm using, so here's the line width. I'll get a candlestick chart up. Okay. Not using candles anymore. I'm using bar charts, but you're talking about making the bar wider. Oh man, good old Hurl. Okay, I'm glad well, I don't have that much left, but I have enough that I'm happy. HRL. Why isn't this not allowing me to do the line width? This has really changed on me. Just the chart area? You mean like this? Making it bigger like that? Yeah, if you could put a screenshot in, I'm not sure what you mean. Inside as the candle, like here is, okay, this is where the candles are. Here's my volume indicator. And I shrink that, of course, if I want to. I'm just not understanding. I'm sorry. But there's also something else going on. Pepe, I don't know. I mean, I used to be able to go into the chart style. This is all grayed out now, though the line width is grayed out. I know it may not be. Can you put a screenshot in, Nosh? I'm not. I still don't really know what you're talking about. So you get it the way you want it, and then all of a sudden you click on another symbol, and it changes back or reverts to what you don't want. Is that what you mean? But I don't have no idea why I can't adjust the line width. If that's a bug. So if you said you could put a screenshot in, maybe just do that, and I can take a look. Because I'm not obviously it doesn't happen for me. Okay. Um, but can't I could have sworn though, Pepe, you used to be able to. Oh, the only way to do it was just to get the chart. I thought you could increase the width of the candles using that, but I guess you're right. It's a matter of doing this. Okay, I know these are not candles. So if it's a scanner, if it's an alert window or a multi-strategy window, if you don't have the time column, you can add it. But if you're talking about a top list window IQ, okay, there's no time. That just gets updated in like well, in theory, every 30 seconds. But if you're talking about a multi-strategy window or an alert window like this, and you don't have the time, it's just a matter of adding the time column then. Right click. See, that's a topless window. Time is not there. The time is up at the top. Okay. You see how it says, I can't read it, but well, if I did this, well, here, it just updates in theory, every 30 seconds, okay? Though this is updating, but you cannot put a it's not the same idea as a topless window is not the same idea as a multi-strategy window or an alert window where you want it's a real-time alert. This is just giving you a list of stocks that are meeting your filter requirements, and it's going to adjust them. But that's basically telling you the time. Okay. Okay, so you're pointing at this. Okay. So what is the issue exactly? I'm sorry, I just don't know what your issue is there. Even a 1 minute chart, that's pretty tough, pretty volatile time frame, but okay. Yeah, I'm just not quite sure I know what you mean. It shrinks. So you're pointing at 2. So you're pointing at that candle there. You're pointing at the volume bar, okay? And if you're talking about that shrinking, I mean, it's just in proportion, of course, to the other bars. That's but if that's what you mean, like it's shrinking, but it's just it's sort of an exponential look, because if this bar is so huge, you're going to see, yeah, it's going to, even if there was a lot of volume in this bar, it's looking at these bars and in relation to these bars, very small. Yes, if that's what you're talking about. All right, confirmation. It is Steve taking over for me in about an hour and 8 minutes in our YouTube room while I take my hour break. Yeah, three nice ones from our AI guys, definitely. The QCLS, which is pulled back now, but at one point it was up a lot more than the 6.3% it is now. The path has been probably been I would call that, well, look, I mean, this is a beautiful trade. I mean, look how steady it is. Look how narrow the 2 minute on the 2 minute chart, how narrow the trade wave is. Okay. Now you are getting a few that are piercing a little bit below it, but you're not seeing candles that are way outside, which makes it a lot more volatile to try to hold on. But that's a beautiful move, and it still looks good. I mean, the next high again still has some room on the weekly chart, 1871. I'm not in path, no. I wish I were, but I'm not. I had my hands full with the QCLS, believe me. It's been very volatile. So you know that's terrible of me. I didn't realize this was a an earnings play. This is an earnings play. Shoot, I would have been taking a lot more interest in it, knowing that it's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Another earnings play, guys. Rene Descartes. Okay, another earnings play. Don't know anything about this company, Canadian company out of Waterloo, okay, Canada, Ontario. Don't know anything about this company. It's basing right here, flatlining on both the 5 minute and the 2 minute. It's yeah, not bad volume, six times normal, 85 million in the float. I'd be watching this maybe for a break one way or the other. I don't think it's going to stay here all day. And on the weekly chart, the next high is 97.23. So there's a lot of room on the weekly. And of course, the monthly is probably the same. Yeah, that monthly high is about the same as that weekly high. Yeah, so there's interesting. I think I'll put a price alert at the high here and see number one if it gets there, or if it takes out, it goes down below the VWAP. Shortable for me, a lot of shorts, 1.3 million at Interactive Broker. So if I decided I want to short it, I could. I guess we got a lot of shy people in YouTube. You don't have to wait, till noon. When I think people, you can ask me questions. I'm not just talking in general now, but you can ask me questions all day long. I know we sort of advertise between 12 and 1. You can ask questions, and sure, I mean they're not trading usually, but I mean I'm certainly able to answer questions most of the time all day long. Hello, Luis. Okay, a response. You just joined Trade Ideas last night. Excellent. Well, if you just joined last night, did you? I just put in my homepage link. Did you do this? I'm going to click on my homepage link. I put it in the YouTube room. Did you do this? Well, first of all, click on my homepage link. Scroll down. Go to the education section where it says more info. Click on that, and then right here, getting started with trade ideas. Did you do that? Mandatory you do that. Okay, 12 short videos to get you started. And I really, it is mandatory you do that. Otherwise, you'll sort of be floundering around, not knowing what anything means, where to look. So I don't know if you've already done that. If you've done that, that's great. If you're kind of new to trading, back to basics. If you're kind of new to trading, it's all free. 15 videos here. Oh, okay, good. You're in the middle of it. Well, you let me know when you finish it, and then if you have questions, and I'm sharing some of my scans and or information here in the custom scan section. But it all depends on the type of trader you are. If you like pullbacks, if you like large cap stocks, low float stocks, you can always create something for your style of trading. Just give me a moment, please. Luis, did you take our standard service or our premium service, or do you know? Talking to Luis in our YouTube room. Premium, okay. Okay, remember, well, not remember, you don't know, but when you finish the videos, this is what in my opinion, what you should have up and running to monitor the AI alerts. Okay, this screen right here. Don't go to the channel. I know there's a channel that's the AI channel, way too complicated. My opinion, that's all you need. But go through the videos first, and then we'll talk about that. All right, guys, 11:01. So Fly, I know showed up on my Gap Up and Go at 10 at the price was 10. But I don't this is a for me anyway, this has been a difficult intraday trader. 3 days ago when it got rolling, what did it get up to? 20. This one. I put a price alert here for some reason. Sort of remember. Break over 9. Hmm. Okay. I'm going to keep an eye on this one, see if it holds 9 well. 912, 913 is the bid ask right now. That I wanted to see if it took out the hive yesterday. Now, it's right at the hive yesterday, right now. Good volume, 37 million, which is about 1.3 times normal up to this time of day. So it's decent volume. Interesting market they're in. Development, marketing, and sale of wireless radio systems for secure wide area, mission critical business to business networks. Okay. Headquartered in Boston. No, my problem is a little bit extended right now. I'd love to see it just kind of even maybe pull back a little, or maybe rest here for a bit, and then maybe take the pop up. The volume is coming in though. I mean, there's good volume. Well, QCLS, I mean, it's a challenge to trade it. I mean, it's very volatile. So when you ask what about it, I mean, it's still holding. I'm not in it anymore, but it's still holding 7. This could be one of those ones later in the day. It could be one of those ones. Also, I mean, it held 7, pretty not badly. I mean, it's on. Yeah, I mean, it's been moving obviously, but I mean, the high up here is around 8. That's where it got stuck. But depends, I mean, the news, if you want to, well, call it the news. Martin Shkreli, is that how you pronounce his name? Shkreli, I don't know. Says he's got a near-term target of 100. Now, I don't know what he means by near-term. Oh, I know he's the pharma bro. Hmm. Wow, wish I had shorts for this one. The PR, look what's happened to the PLRZ is just I don't want to say collapsed, but boy, I'd love to short this one. This is a CAPR, but I can't. It just sort of run away from me. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Back in. Oh boy, this is just continuing to cascade its way down. So the low of yesterday was for CAPR 2136. I just didn't feel comfortable taking it right there, but it is moving down. So here was the alert. The first alert was at well, the only alert 2555. Not a huge move, it's at 2487 now. But breaking 25, that psychological number, in my opinion, no shorts for me for the QCLS. Okay, well, look at this crazy little one. MVO guys, MVO, MV oil trust units of beneficial interests. Okay, this is one of those ones that I may not be able to trade. Also, go long. I should try it just for fun. But look, I mean, look, look at the daily chart here. So next high is 153 or so. It's usually when it says as beneficial interest that as a Canadian, it seems to block me or give me some pop up about having to pay tax. Nope, not this time. Okay, I might be wrong. Okay. Tiger, guys, this is an earnings play and a gap up and reversal for Tiger, TIGR, China FinTech. Saw earlier on in the day, it got up to the 200-day moving average and got stuck right there and then reversed. Like cold fusion, Harry. Remember people used to talk about, I think people still talk about cold fusion to a certain extent, but that used to be the big deal. I don't hear much talk about that now. Boy, oh boy, that PLRZ. Anybody with shorts available on that one? Okay, why is this sneaking over here? Kala just fell apart. KALA just fell apart. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Shrelly, SKRELI or something like that. Shrelly, or I don't know how to pronounce his name. Wow, HRL just made another new low. I don't have very much left, guys. I have, but look, I mean, if it keeps moving, I mean, there's a low, 2307. I said yesterday I want to get a little more aggressive with these with this scan here. This broke above or below? Well, a little bit above. Okay, so just breaking. This is an earnings play. DSGX Descartes is an earnings play. So I'm looking at the CLNN. Okay, CLNN. The alert came at 676, so it's right about this area. Now the only thing is, if I look left, yeah, it's too close. 657. I wish if the next low had been a lot, at 6 or something like that, or 610 or 620, I'd probably take this short. But it's only 17 cents away, and this is what I'm talking about. Okay, the CLNN alert at 676. So this is what I mean. You get the alert at 676. That was at 10:30. Hasn't moved. Hasn't moved yet. It's just a don't repeat version. Don't repeat. Only seeing the stock the first time. So I don't see Tiger over and over and over again. I don't see HRL over and over and over again. I just turn this into the don't repeat version of it. So this is a watch list for me all day long. When you say I can turn it off, what do you mean by that? I mean, I have them both up and running. Yeah, you can if you want, you can take this or you can just duplicate the window. It's if you want this, I do want this because it keeps reminding me of the symbol. So you would duplicate the window if you want it still, and then right click and go to properties and don't repeat. Scroll down all the different time frames for a day if that's what you want, and say okay. Then it's on don't then it's on don't repeat. So you see here's the CLNN first alert six, but a long time ago. That's why I love this because I can go back and say, well, did I really miss this? Well, maybe not. Even though it's over 45 minutes ago, nothing really happened. But maybe now it's the problem I have with it, though, as I said, is that I'm looking left and I just wish there was more room for it to keep moving down before it hit that low. Otherwise, I'd be in this one almost 100%. I don't mean 100% of my portfolio. I mean, it would be, I would almost for sure take the trade. And it may just break right through this and then I'll kick myself, but that's the way I look at things. You can see it here. Remember, these are the two competing two competing scans. Movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. I'm going to clear it out and start from now to see what happens. Boy, what a great move. 2 day move now for serve. Of course, what that 100% means is that 100% of the symbols that are showing up here are green, making new highs. These are all real-time alerts. Just a different way of presenting the data. Well, QCLS, I mean, it has been obviously very volatile, still hanging around 7. I'm going to watch and see if it takes out 8 later on in the day. And maybe it goes on that late day, one of those late day runners. Whether we think it's a bunch of nonsense or not, it doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of what people. I'm going to put that alert up here, and we get the volume coming in later on in the afternoon. I mean, it's already up 50%. I get it. Yeah, I think it's just too confusing, IQ. I would just have this up and running, okay? That's all you need, in my opinion, okay? Strategy trades all. That's all I would have. Just have this, and then make sure in the, that filter section, it may say they may have that checked, then you're not seeing all the trades, and I would uncheck it because I would wanna see all the trades all day long. Just because something didn't work at the beginning doesn't mean it can't work later on underneath the alert price, as an example. Okay. So again, from here, click on new and premium AI strategy trades window. The other one to me is just way too jumbled. Meanwhile, path, the star. What a star. I mean, look, I mean, on a 2 minute chart, look how, they're having a couple of times where the candle or the bar has pierced below, but it's been so orderly on the way up, as opposed to the QCLS. I mean, look, I mean, you're a real challenge, to I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Look at the jumps. Look how far outside the top of the wave. So it just makes it way, in my opinion anyway, way harder to maintain in the trade. Whereas the other one, I mean, it's just beautiful. And remember, guys, the wave is part of the standard service. So if you don't have the wave, I'm not forcing people to use it, but it's part of the standard service. I find it helps me immensely, keeping me in trades way longer than I ever used to. It's not about seeing a buy flag or a sell flag, even because I mean, a lot of times when I click on it, when I click on something, you know, it's what I'm seeing at the moment. Okay, it doesn't matter if I know Hurl had a sell flag way up here. I didn't see it up here. It didn't really matter, but it just keeps me in the trade a lot longer than I ever used to. I n- I would never be in this Hurl trade. Still, never. Probably would have been all out right around here on that little pop up. So I'm not saying what I would do is take some off. You get a little spike up. I would take some off, but then that really allows you to hold on and keep in the trade until it transitions from orange to blue. Oh, too bad. You missed the last time you asked about the link. Yeah, you can have it. Sure. I mean, it's on my homepage. All these things you see are now. If you don't have my homepage saved, okay. But here it is. Okay, just click on it and scroll down. Here are my scans, and here it is: gap continuation or reversal, right here. Okay, and remember, not just you, but anybody. If you're loading my scan right now, you're not going to see everything that happened before. Okay, you're going to start seeing alerts from when you loaded the scan, which is right now 11:25 Eastern time. No, USAR did not show up here. I know it showed up here. It did not show up here. I did. I know I had it up and I had it displayed a little while ago. Probably showed up here. And the reason why it didn't show up, it didn't meet some of the filter requirements in the gap scan. I mean, it's an doesn't mean just be, obviously it's awesome. And look at that 2 minute move, or the 2 minute chart. Look at that one. but it did not show up in the gap scan. And the reason being is that there's the first print of the day. Okay, that's where it opened at 1403, and it basically and it closed at 1399. So the first print of the day was not a gap. Okay, does that make sense? Because the gap has to be, I mean, the filters that are in here, the gap has to be at least 40 cents and also I think up 4%. So it's not going to so this was not a gapping stock. Okay. Oh yeah. I wanted to short it. I could have. I mean, a lot of shorts available, but I felt like I was chasing it. Now it's not that I'm looking at it. The scan is telling me. Okay. Yeah, they're very expensive. Yeah, actually 674%. I don't know what that would translate to exactly, but you know, if it's going to move down $3 or $4, it wouldn't matter. This is now my primary. This is what I'm using. But again, this is the don't repeat version of it. So this is my watch list for the day. Okay, it builds. This is my watch list for the day, and this is just the don't repeat version of this. You don't have to have it, but this is my watch list for the day. It's not on my homepage, but if you want to know how to do it, just let me know. Boy, this has got some room. This is now a gap down and reversal for the QUR. This is a big reversal. A big reversal. I mean, from the bottom of today, 2131, even more. In the pre-market, it was even down further. Wow, what a bunch of chop on the SPY today, guys. I mean, up, down, a little up, down, up. Dow is just, I mean, really, the Dow is just down a little, the SPY is down a little, and the Qs are down a little. Not much, right now happening with respect to yesterday's closes. But the alert for Cure was a short IQ for the AI. Not a long. I mean, it worked for a while, but it that was a suggestion to go short. All right, guys. Let's see. It is now 11:31, so I'll have another half hour or so before I take my break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. He'll be there between 12 and 1 as I take my break. Oh my goodness, this one. We haven't seen this one for a while, guys. Remember these days, this month when I got up to 84, this RGC, and on no news that I can remember. Low float. Actually, it's not that low a float. I mean, 56 million. It's not high, but it's not a crazy low floater. Not a lot of volume. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread is not terrible. 17, 17, 13 right now. Not terrible. Again, that blue screen, blue window I'm showing, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Getting interested in this cure. I really am. I want to see if it can take out 24. The next high again, it's got lots of room, 25.66. So problem is it's 11:30 now, and I will not be able to be away from my desk when I do take my break. Sometimes when I take my break, I'm still sitting here. Well, I'm in it. Oh, I wanted to see if I could buy it. I'm actually in it. I mean, I just a few shares. Just it was a test to see whether I could buy that MVO, and I could. Obviously, didn't go crazy. It was just a test to see whether or not that beneficial ownership thing. I thought that was what was kind of blocking Canadians anyway. I mean, it hasn't moved. It just hasn't moved at all. See, now we're getting into a beautiful wave down on that 2-minute chart for HRL. See how beautiful that is? Narrow, very narrow, not too volatile. So if you guys want to find out a little bit more about the wave, again, it's part of the standard service. Okay. So if you click on new from the toolbar, click on docked channel bar. Okay. Not channel bar, but docked channel bar. And then you click on Ripster Ripping. Okay. Or Ripster Rippers. What's going to happen is a video will pop up somewhere, popped up on my other monitor. And this is going to be an explanation about, what this is all about. Okay. And there's now, if you don't see the video, it's possible it's behind, okay? Depending on how many monitors you've got, it's possible it's behind the channel. So you might have to do this or it's behind something, but you'll probably be hearing it because I think it loads automatically. These are some scans based on it, but I don't look at them at all. But that gives you an idea, that kind of tells you what it's looking for. And the trade wave is activated from, depending on the version of trade ideas you've got, you have to have, let me do it on a daily chart. Right click on the, I'm going to show you on a daily chart because I don't have it activated on the daily chart. I only care about it intraday. Actually, I should have it here too. Yeah, I have it intraday, 5 and the 2. But if I right click on the daily chart, you have to have browser interface checked. Okay. That's the first thing. Use browser interface has to be checked. Now, because I've done it before, it should start showing up some kind of a wave formation. But once you do that, there's an icon up here, an indicator icon, not indicators here, okay? And then I guess I should really emphasize that. Not indicators here, but the indicator icon that's right to the left of the little anchor. When you click on that, trade wave appears, and this is just a toggle on and off. Okay, so obviously I had it off. So see how it appears? So you can actually use the wave if you're looking for longer term trades, like you can use it on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. But this is just a toggle on and off. I'm going to untoggle it or toggle it off. My pink line is the VWAP. Okay, that is the pink line or it's magenta. I guess technically magenta. Now, when you say you're trying to add the 5, 9, and 20, you're talking about on the chart, right? Well, it should. There's no, when you say you're not saving it, well, let me take a chart out because I don't want to add it, but let me just duplicate a chart and see what you're doing because I know it's fairly simple to do. Right click, go to indicators. Now, it depends. Are you using, okay, I'll make it bigger. Are you using the browser interface chart or unchecked? It shouldn't matter. Which are you using? So if I right click on the chart, it is checked. Okay, so let's keep it. Okay, so now right click, indicators, and EMA. Okay, EMA. I'll pick EMA. You're trying to add the 5. Okay, let's do it. 5, period, 5. You can pick your color. Okay, I'm going to pick just one color. It's going to be blue. Add it. I think maybe what you've done is you haven't. Hey, there it is. There it is for me anyway. It's hard to see because it's sort of merging into it. Let me do another one. Indicators. Another EMA. What do you want? The 21. Let's do a 21. Add it. So there it is. There's the blue line. Okay, so it's adding for me. Maybe it's because if you're using I it depends on the color you're using. I can see what happened. It is there, but it's being you can't see it because my wave is blue. Also, it might be the color. Yeah, but you can see that the 21 was added right there. That blue line is the 21. Now they've eliminated one step because I sort of remember Pepe that you also had to add and then say apply or something, but they've made it just one step now. Yeah, it's just one step now. So anyway, that's yeah, so it should work. Don't forget to save your work, okay? You make a change like that, don't forget to save your work. Save your layout. Okay, guys. I didn't. What's the cure doing right now? Yeah. So you see, it didn't trigger for me. I had to take out that 24. Didn't trigger. So even though I got an alert, yes, doesn't mean I just absolutely take the trade. It's like anything else. I have to click on the alert. What do I see on the charts that I use? And what I saw was okay. I might take it if it gets over over that whole number, 24. Breaking the whole number. Didn't do it. And how do I know? Because that blue line is still blue. If it triggered, it would turn green. Last time we looked at RGC, it was on the move, but now it's on the move down. RGC on the move down. Let's see if it holds the VWAP. I mean, this is a wild trader, as you can see by that monthly candle. This is back in June this year. Look at that monthly candle. Yes, it did get up to might have even gone higher in the pre-market one of those days within that month. But look what happened afterwards. No, MVO. I mean, I'm just gonna. I don't have very much. If it gets into the mid 40s, I'd be. But honestly, I wasn't. I mean, look, always trying to make money on every trade, but it was more to see whether or not I could actually take this trade. I could have sworn that the ones that said, beneficial interest or something to that effect, I thought that got that little message pop up if you're in Canada trying to do this, but it didn't. Basically right where I bought it. So I mean, I'm not, and it's not, it's not volatile or anything. It's not very much volume, but 5.9 times normal. I mean, that's don't understand what happened here though. I mean, last month up to $5. Still nice, I mean, at this point, it's starting to curl down a little bit, but it's still blue. Okay, so if you're in this, the path, if you're still in this one, and you're following it on a 2 minute or a 5 minute, I mean, it depends on the time frame, of course. 5 minute is going to, certainly keep you in. What I like to do, though, why I have a two and a five, is that on the five, if I used to only have the five up, but I was noticing as it starts to curl down, maybe on a five, and it was still blue. What I would want to do is check the 2 minute to see if it turned orange. Let's see if I can see on a 1 minute if it's turned orange. See how it just little sliver of orange here. Okay, little sliver of one. So it all depends on the time frame you're using. I don't use a 2 minute time or 1 minute time frame ever. So there's no, if I were in path, I would not be out of it at all. Well, I might take some out in this area, but I'd be still hanging on. The whole number 18 might be a a bit of a challenge, but I mean, the next high is 1861 on the daily. So in theory, there's still room for it to run. Doesn't mean take it now. Okay. I'm talking about if you're in this one. And there it goes. There's Path making another new high. All right. Now, Cure did show up as a reentry, 2333. Okay. So if you got the AI, you have to have that, you have that reentry. So I noticed it just showed up as a reentry. So it got, if you took it the first time, it would have got stopped and would have made just a little bit of money, but it hit the stop price. But now it's halfway between the stop price and the original alert price. Look at Path go. Wow. That is really, really dumb of me not knowing this was an earnings play. Seriously, I would have paid way more attention to it, and it was was staring at me right there. I could tell it's an earnings play, but I just got distracted. Obviously, now here's a case in which it did not ever pull back into it never hit the stop, of course. So you're not going to get a re-entry. Now, do they all work? No. Look at the Cala. Cala had a reentry, 138, but it has collapsed. So they don't, they don't all work, but it's a good idea just to pay attention to it. All right, Poe. Well, I'm going to cheer you on, Poe. Here's how I'm going to cheer you on. I'm going to you're in at 668. Okay. So I'm going to put a price alert. Well, I have one already. I'm going to put a price alert just underneath 7. Let's see if I'm going to get it up, move it up for you a little bit. Now, Path, again, if you're in this one, I mean, there's your next high looking left on a daily chart, 1857 or so. Okay, that's now you say, well, you're not on a daily chart. Well, that red line refers to a high. Well, in fact, you can see it here. You can see it right there. Sometimes, I'd have to scroll like a long ways back in order to see the daily candle, but here it goes. I mean, it's just continuing on. Yeah, I don't trade any Canadian stocks, HK. Okay, Poe, I just put my trigger for you, and it's over 7 now. Yeah, even though I'm a Canadian, I don't trade, Canadian stocks, just not there's so much going on in the US market, so many different stocks. I mean, I know the energy stocks in Canada, obviously have done well, but I just rather just concentrate on the US market. There's enough there for me. But thank you for pointing it out. There could be other Canadians in the room that, do trade Canadian stocks. Okay, guys, it's 11:53 right now. So what I'm going to do is in the main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Steve is not there yet, but I'll put the YouTube link in now so that you can head over when I take my break and listen to Steve if you want. He'll be there for about an hour. Not there yet. Another. Are you all out of it now? UCLS, are you all out of it? Put another price alert a little higher for you. Well, Pepe, I should thank you every day, but I'm only gonna thank you maybe once a month or even every the paste, the thermal paste. If you have a machine that is really like your fan is going crazy all the time, just do yourself a favor, take it into Best Buy or something, and get them to put the thermal paste on. It's probably because it's all dried out. It's amazing, like a new computer. Or if you could do it yourself. But it didn't hardly cost me anything to do it at Best Buy. So I would go to Best Buy and just here, take a look at the thermal paste, especially if you've got a noisy fan. Oh, look at the CAPR. Wow. A week. You only told me about a week, and then I did it. Spit take. I know. Yeah, isn't it amazing, Poe? Just absolutely amazing. And my computer is 6 years old now. You're in YouTube, Patrick. I don't need no cooling pad, Miko. I used to have to mute my mic so often when my fan was going crazy. It was in Trade Idea. Trade Ideas is a bit of a a bear. All right, guys, 11:57. So I'm going to put my announcement up. I'm not going yet until Steve gets into the room, but I will put my announcement up. I really think, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with QCLS, obviously, but it has that look of a late day breaker. I mean, it hasn't completely collapsed yet. And if it gets over 8 later on in the day, look at the CAPR. Talk about a late day. This is not a late day. I mean, this is just what an alert. I just didn't take it. My nap. Yeah, I wish. I'm surprised the borrow rate is so high. I mean, there's a lot of shares available. I'm surprised the borrow rate is so high at Interactive Brokers. So what does that mean, William? Quickly, it says 674. So if I took 100 shares, what does that actually mean? Just out of curiosity. Obviously, I don't do this very often with the high borrow rates or anybody else. I'm going to have to go. Steve is there. Okay, guys, we'll see you in about 1 hour. Okay, I'm going to mute myself in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I am hoping I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez to our YouTube room.
Yep. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clearly.
Good. Not like Dan. Dan has a horrible mic.
I listened to him just a little bit at the end of the day yesterday, and it sounded better than most days. I don't know if he made a switch or I don't know what happened, but it sounded a little bit better than most days. But also listening to him at the end of the day, he was talking about how we are now definitely working on getting better news. You must know this, right?
Yeah, that whole issue was some weird hijacked redirect that got involved in the Google API from the Google business feed. And the next version will ideally fix that. But I mean, the big story is there's really no new features coming in 26. The whole year is going to be focused on cleaning up the old stuff and creating what they call a new tech stack. So working towards getting everything on that web dashboard, which will eventually enable notifications and a lot of new stuff. So that's the big story. The halt on the new features and circle back and kind of clean everything up and make it look pretty.
Okay. Yeah, because he actually said maybe next Tuesday, the next build. But I thought what he meant was
that. Yeah. Back to the news. I apologize about that. It drives me nuts too.
Well, the way he was describing it, it wasn't just because, we had it hijacked. I mean, it was ridiculous news that we were getting before, but I thought what he meant was, though, it would be a little more current, sort of like what I have with Interactive Brokers. I'm not saying he's taking stuff from Interactive Brokers.
I think Brad might be adding to the service. Yeah. Something new.
Okay. Okay. So that when people look at it, they get more intraday stuff and more relevant.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's more relevant than it is now.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, I'll let you go. I know you probably have to leave at 5 to the hour, so I'll come back by then. And you just have a good little session.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Just watching Bitcoin earlier. UAVS, one of my old favorites. I've got an offer here at 2 cents higher to start thinning out of some of this stuff. I'll just get right into it. I am full on risk on. And a few days ago, it might have even been Monday. I don't remember. No, it was last week. This day right here. I mentioned to Brian Shannon, I said, hey, the IWM is popping up above the 50. And of course, he gave me some smart ass reply. But I said, it was just an observation that between the NASDAQ, S&P 500, and the small cap IWM, small caps were the first one to breach this 50-day. And then when they held it and pulled back, and then this level was held right here. Well, as you guys know, I'm Mr. Small Cap. I love my small caps, and we'll go through them. But my whole perspective on the market changed. I got bullish, no other way to put it. So risk went on Tuesday, Wednesday, and some this morning as well. I'm fully risk on right now, and with IWM leading the way. So Last thought on this is every year, seasonally, the market, if it's doing okay, tends to grind into the Santa Claus rally you've heard. And the Santa Claus rally, the holidays rally, is usually a kind of not a melt up, but a grind up, and it usually favors the small caps and whatever is in favor. And I think the robotics stocks and maybe even some of the quant stocks are going to have a nice resurgence into the end of the year. We'll see. But as I came live, good segue here, QBT, the trade of the week. You guys in Barry's room asked me on Monday. This thing opened up very weak on Monday and kind of went below briefly the actual stop price. And I said, well, that would probably negate the trade. It's up to you. But I actually bought it today. I noticed yesterday it had breached above this moving average here. It had a nice close. And so I bought it pre-market, actually got back into it. And so far, so good. And wouldn't you know, just before we came on live, I sold a quarter of it at $12.99. And this is my method. Try and get hooked up on something. And then when it starts to run, start fading out of it, when you can. There's no better feeling for a trader than putting out a limit order and having it pop up and somebody reaches up and buys it from you. You couldn't watch Dan yesterday. No real news on the money machine. It's just going to be cleaned up. The next version, however, will have more features. So the news is watch out for the next version because they'll have some new features in that. I was testing it for a while. I'm not really testing it at the moment. I don't even have it turned on. Focused on support and emails, but also stuff I've been buying. You're welcome. You're welcome. How do you feel about the market here? I'm loving it, Teddy. If you just heard me say, I love small caps, and my observation last week was that small caps were the first to kind of breach above resistance and plant the flag. And once they planted that flag and held that level right there at 245, I started looking around. I said, there are so many things that have just been beaten up. QUBT was one of them. As the trade of the week. UAVS, RR was a champ for me. So the robotics, SYM was a stock I made money in last week. It's had horrible news this week, but I'm super strong on the small caps. And then, of course, the NASDAQ is holding its own as well. They're all three above all moving averages. All right. So we're in what I call clean air. Here's the S&P. This is just a really bullish looking big move, right? No pullback. The buyers, the short sellers couldn't cover. The buyers couldn't get a pullback. I call this the trains leaving the station. You don't get a pullback. This is extremely bullish. And that's why I am 99.95% invested right now, mostly in small caps. So, oh man, I got my ass handed to me on Monday, but I made it all back Tuesday, yesterday, and then some more yesterday and today up. Just jumping in the small caps. All right, so for the most part, going in order of today's performers. Actually, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to go in order of the open, which means these are the things I've been in the longest and doing the best. DJT, I'm in at a great price, 1040. I'm probably not going to try and sell this. I need Bitcoin to rally. Robotics, I've got an offer to sell some here at, I believe, where is that? Is that price? 465. I'm 5 cents away from taking 1/3 of my RR off. All right. Big day yesterday, big day today. This is looming right there, the 50-day moving average. Matter of fact, I'm going to change this order to a half of a size, not a third. We're going to do the full half size here because it's such a giant run and such a big move into that number. So I just upped my sell at 465. I think that price alert is set at 465. Yep. So this is how I fade out and take profits. Very important to take your profits correctly. So that's also doing extremely well. And the ones that are doing the most well are the ones I'm quickly starting to say, all right, what do I need to trim? What do I need to pay myself with? Kodak, I've been in for a few days. Likely going to hold this one. Some of these are more short term, some of them are long term. Speaking of long term, Tesla's the next big winner. I've been holding this since I'm long at 413, I believe. So that consolidation, just like the market, would not give Tesla a pullback. And then we shot through it higher. And then this was the day that Michael Burry should be crying right here. Technically speaking, the 50-day SMA was reclaimed by Tesla. And we're just grinding higher through it. I'm super bullish on Tesla, robotics, cybercab. I mean, I just think they're going to be the next giant 600-pound gorilla. I'll do one more here. ONDS, again, on the drone and robotics. This thing is nasty. Brian pointed out it's got a 17% average true range, but I've got an order to sell some here at 965, 1/3. Small caps catch a bid now. What the market has done, do you think front running additional rate cut? That could be part of it, Teddy. But I think also on the onset, I mentioned when the market's doing well, for some reason, that fourth quarter, November, Black Friday through Christmas, there's always a darling sector of small caps. Last year, the nanos and the quants did it. I think this year it's going to be the robotics. So quickly, RR, SYM, SERV. You guys can always ask AI, ChatGPT, what are some of these names? And you got the software. I'm in this one, ONDS, AEVA. Wow, that's a big one. I'm in UAVS trying to get hit at 29. But, I took it upon myself to educate and say, well, I need to start figuring out who's in the robotics sector. Because if this is going to be the hot new sector, you need to know about it. UMAC, drone, RCAT, drone, did symbiotic. I'm missing a few. So that's kind of in the back of my mind, that sector. We'll see. Got an AEVA. If I was in this thing, I'd be taking profits big time. But I'm hoping ONDS can kind of do the same thing. Very weird. This thing trades really weird, but I think it can get to 10. And when I show you guys these things, these are my positions I'm already in. I'm not saying jump in these things. I'm just kind of walking you through what I've been doing. Again, UAVS, I've been in for a couple days. I jumped in on the small caps on that pullback on red. I'm pretty much in the money on this thing from the sideways action. And I've got an offer to sell some, as I said, right there at 29. It's about 1/5 on this one. I got a pretty good one. I'm more of a swing trader, yeah. Now, I will say this. 2 weeks ago, I wasn't doing that well. And so my time frame was really short. I was day trading when I could, but stopping out of a lot of small paper cuts. I tell you what I lost in 3 weeks, I've gained it all back in 3 days. I'm pretty happy about that. So I knew I could do it. You just had to wait for the opportunity. Some of these stocks were just grinding to an absolute halt. Before today, BBAI just wouldn't do anything. These quants came alive yesterday. They were grinding to a halt. I'm in NNE. I love the 35% short. That was another thing I wanted to talk about. I went through this last night. This is my short scan. If ever there was a time that the short sellers are on their heels, it's got to be now, right? The backdrop of the market is just slaughtering them. So I went through a lot of these names and I said, oh, that's right. NNE is 35% short. So I bought this one pre-market. I actually came in with a plan to buy some NNE just because here it was just grinding to a halt. We couldn't get these things to break, but the 20 SMA in red was tapped on yesterday and the day before. And I figured I better just take a shot and anticipate, because if I stutter and wait, I get sidetracked on the open. If there's something I have conviction on, I'll buy it pre-market. What else am I in? Oh, rum. I've got to stop to take full profits in rum. Look at this thing. It just gave me a beautiful 6-day move and then a giant wick here under the 200-day. And I'm so proud of myself. I normally would just pound out and hit market, sell and move on, but I put a stop in at 758. And that's actually kept me in. which is not something I normally do, but it'll stop me out if it rolls back over. So I'm trying to raise cash for tomorrow by taking profits and then recycling that cash into new concepts tomorrow. Tomorrow it'll be in a new sector. SOAR is one to keep an eye on. It's kind of like USAR, but it's really thin. I'm not going to touch that. Okay, ANGX. I played around with this one a little bit. This one's goofy. All right. So this is the anti-Netflix play. A bit more, what do you call it, conservative, I guess. Not so racy. G-rated stuff's the word I'm looking for. I just feel like there's a big shift out there right now for some people that are crazy. There's a movie coming out, David or whatever. I'm not going to see it, but I've been watching this name, and then it gapped up today. I think they had some news. They're going to be releasing that movie in more theaters. I've been watching and waiting, taking a chance on that one. JetBlue, I noticed 3 days ago that the airlines were just kicking butt, and Jets is the ETF for that. Woke. Yes, Pepe, I don't go for the Netflix woke crap anymore. Anything before 2020 is okay, but their original programming after 2020 is a bit much. So Jets, look at Jets, the ETF for the airlines. I've been love. Think of what you want of the economy, people, whatever. The price action's telling us that they're predicting a good year for maybe airlines. Now, all of these airlines, including Delta and the other, they're all above their 50 and 200 day. However, little lowly old JetBlue with a big short float, which is why I like it, about 22%, banging underneath. So this thing is really trying to play catch up. It's the Spirit Airlines of the airlines, if you will, but it's JetBlue. All right, couple more. God, I had like just a few bucks left. I bought some HYMC because it pulled back 3 days, and I've been making money in this one. So perfect classic rotation, staying away from 3 red candles of pullback. But today it gapped down, and as it was trading up, I bought the open just because I had money left. Brian Shannon gave me this idea. Again, here we go. The Newsmax, kind of like ANGX. Maybe people are going to get sick of the traditional bullcrap news and maybe search for something a bit more conservative or a bit more light. Not light, I mean a bit more to the point, not so much propaganda and talking points. I don't know. I like the chart. I like how it popped up. I call this a bird in the hand. Gave us a nice volume pop up. Gave back 50% of that sideways action. Moving averages are curling. This is an anticipation trade. These are the ways stocks look to me before they pop up and try and reverse their trend. Are there any UFO disclosure pages? Jeez. It's a good one. UAVS. I think I was thinking UAP. No, not that I can think of. That goofy guy with the weird hair, Ancient Aliens on Discovery Channel. DISC. Discovery Channel. It used to be a channel. Stock. Anything else do I have? ABTC. Okay, this is the last one in the barrel. Weird one. I just so happened to see the other day Eric Trump touting this insane investment they made in a Bitcoin mining company. I think it's I can't remember, Texas. Don't hold me to that. They claim they've got some high-end proprietary technology and AI software that's going to optimize their mine. Now, mining is a really tough business. That's the downside. I don't have MMND. I was thinking about it. I'll look at it. But before I finish that, my thought, it appears that they had just a catastrophic failure, and it was just a cascade of sell stops, but also insider unlocking. So all the insiders, to my knowledge, they watched this IPO come out, and they were excited about it at 10, but they couldn't sell, and they watched Bitcoin decline, and they just like, you know what, get me out. I just want to buy that car. I had my mind on, damn it. Blech. And I said, what the hell happened here? So yesterday, I popped in and started to establish a little position, and then I bought a little bit more at the close, and I bought a little more at the open. because this, to me, I've been around long enough. This is what we call a capitulation event. And it's almost like everybody who threw their hands up in disgust and said, get me out, they're probably going to look back in hindsight and wish they didn't. I feel like this is a good enough entry to where I can at least take a chance and have a good risk reward. Now, I'm just kind of basing it on the volume and the chart and market psychology. I asked Grok what it thought of the fundamentals. I've been doing that a lot more lately, and I highly recommend you guys do too. I'm not a fundamentalist, but Grok sure is an amazing research assistant. And it said, yeah, here's the upside, here's the downside. Good upside reward, minimum downside risk. Go for it. So one said MindMed, which I've traded before. Man, it's hanging in there. This thing trades so goofy. One of these days there's going to be a headline and it's going to rip. I'm totally bullish on the company. I'm just not in the stock right now. And then in Mankind, pharmaceutical, also pretty bullish, but kind of the high end of its range here. It spent a lot of energy off of the $5 level, getting there. Yes, exactly. Tesla's robotics too. So I'm currently in 4 robotics. I'm in Tesla, no intent to sell. RR, I'm just kind of trading, thinning out. Might get hit on a third here. I'm sorry, a half. I changed it to a half. ONDS is my third robotics drone software, autonomous software, and then UAVS, straight up drones. So I will continue to maybe play these and watch them as we go into the silly season. I will never chase them, but if they pull back and give me a couple of days of consolidation or pullback, I might, rotate back into them. We'll see. But quants and robotics are kind of what I'm looking at right now. Here's that ABTC on a better. So all I'm really worried about is just this American Bitcoin I was talking about. Just keep making little higher lows there on the 15-minute chart. I got a pretty good chunk to where if it rolled back over in the lows, it would hurt. So I'm leaning on the risk reward factor here. All right, did I miss any questions? So I'm so bullish on Tesla. Matter of, geez, I think I lost it, but let me bring it back. Let me find it. It's a YouTube video that Andy gave me, and I watched it, and I sent it to a friend of mine who's a hedge fund. And I said, this is just one of the most fundamentally interesting, bullish things I've ever seen. Let me find it for you. Here it is. So, in some cities, you've got Waymo and those other little cars that kind of walk, in San Francisco but they're what they call geofenced, and they can only make right turns. They can't make left turns. Kind of silly. But I'm dropping a video here as to why one of the reasons. This is just one of Tesla's products. I'm not even going to get into the Optimus robots that we're all going to have in 6-7 years. This is basically showing you why no one will be able to compete with the RoboCab. And if you have 15 minutes and you're curious about business models and competition and why Tesla is going to be the 600-pound gorilla in robo-taxis, I would watch that. It was fascinating. The guy makes a very clear, concise argument. So yeah, Tesla. And they're pretty close to breaking out of all-time highs, maybe in a week or two, who knows. Let's move the line. Let's move the goalposts to new all-time highs for Tesla. We'll bring up the bottom alert to the 50-day SMA. Maybe put it more like there. Pretty good foundation on at there at 430, 433. Imagine having like a Tesla robot and you just tell them to go to the store and dozen eggs, carton of milk, loaf of bread, and your little Tesla Optimus robot jumps in the car and drives itself and skips through the store and buys all that stuff for you and brings it back. Or takes you to the mall and you tell them to go park and pick you up at the front. It's going to be a crazy world. All right, I believe I probably just sold half my RR. Let's see. No, not yet. Banging on the number right there. And it's gone. That's such a good feeling. I mean, look at that. 2 days of just rip and you got your price. And the reason I took half off, not a third or a quarter, is right at the 50-day moving average. So I was pretty patient to get to that. Anything beyond that is going to be a gift. So I took half off and I can expect, you know, some sort of pullback and then maybe try and ride higher. Nice one. And the best news is I've recycled cash and I can start playing with something tomorrow. I don't take the wife shopping. She goes she goes by herself. So the robot can take the wife shopping. But Waymo is only going to be right turns, Mike. You got to watch that video. It makes you realize that anybody who invested in Waymo, that's dead money. Goodbye. Kiss it goodbye. Nobody is going to be able to catch the complete autonomous turnaround that Robotaxi has. They're going to cut the fares by like 3, 4, 5-fold. Hello, Mohammed. Yeah, great question. So starting with the 15-minute, this is my bread and butter. You know, the RR is riding the 10 SMA. That's a 10 SMA on a 15. And I call that my momentum line. Another great example is Rumble Media. Look at this thing the last 2 days. This is why I use this 10 SMA. This is one of the best examples I've ever seen. Not one single close. I wait for the closing candle to tell me to get out. That's close. I put a stop in when I saw that candle, but I'm still in. And then this is the 5-day moving average, which is a 130 SMA. You got to use 130, and then you get a 5-day SMA rather than the daily chart. Oh, I think I just sold some UAVS as well. Lovely. Let's see if I got it off. Nope. I'm 1 penny away. Go up and hit me. I want my price. So yeah, Pacific Coast. The other one is Mohammed, the daily. So I use the 5-day moving average here on my intraday. It's much easier, much cleaner to see. See how Tesla bounced off of that yesterday? This is the only 2 indicators I need. Look at this. It's the blue line is an area of interest. It held support. My trade stays intact. Oh, look, it's bouncing. Oh, look, now it's in momentum mode. That's it. That's the only extent at which I use my 15-minute chart. And the daily is obviously very important, but it's a 200-day down here, which JetBlue is running up underneath, and I'm trying to get this to catch up and blow through the 200-day. And we've got the 50-day in blue, the 50-day in blue, the 20-day in red, which I call the backstop. Look at this SYM intraday, Mohammed. See how the sellers have control of it? It doesn't look like anything like the other strong stocks today. Once the price got and touched this line coming down to meet it, it's throwing it lower. What's happening here is you still have a lot of sell orders in institutions, and they know they better start getting real aggressive when it touches this line, because it's going to get real competitive, very close to the VWAP. Same concept. You want to get your orders as close to the VWAP as possible. And the 50-day moving average is just my bill of health. And that's why I mentioned Tesla earlier. Once it crossed the 50-day move and closed above it, all bets were off for the shorts and Michael Burry. So still didn't sell UAVS. Do I need to adjust by a penny? Wait a minute. Where's my UAVS offer? 139. This is me right here. Come on. Somebody reach up and ring the bell, not you guys. No, all right, I'm going to change it to 38. This is bugging me. Where are you? All right, you change 38, hit the bid. I got 38 and a half, so all good. Slowly raising cash for new ideas tomorrow. Let's look at the next level to offer here. So look at this, you guys. Very important. Trade Ideas is giving me the next level for me to offer using that R resistance. Trade Ideas knows we're making highs, and the chart looks left for us. 144. It's 145, but I'm going to jump in front of it at 144. And I'm going to sell another 1/5. So 1/5. 144. Put it out there. Leave it out there. The area of interest, anchored view up. Yeah, so it's close to it. Well, actually, no. Girl Trader, the anchored view up is going to be closer to the 10 SMA. The 5-day moving average, which is that 130, that's what I refer to that as an area of interest. When you have institutions with aggressive buy or sell orders, look at UAVS here. There's a buy order in UAVS. As the price comes down and gets close to the 10 SMA, it gets competitive, and then it starts to separate, and the buyers panic, and they start to reach up. And then the more space you have in between here, it even tells you how strong it really is. So I'm offering my second fifth a little bit higher, a nickel higher at 144. Ideally, it'd be nice to get that. It shows up automatically. So as I mentioned earlier, it's a hard-coded thing. It knows that UAVS is making highs, and when I pull it up, see, I could pull it up and then I might come back to it and it might be gone. It's still there. Okay. RR is not giving me one, but I sold half there. Pretty happy about that. Let's see, cash. Slowly raising some cash for tomorrow in a good way, not selling for losses. So it draws itself. It's going to draw it for you. Obviously, you need to be on the latest version, but it's a hard-coded tool that Trade Ideas does. You know, I was looking at my favorites here, and boy, there's a lot of green in there today. So bullish. Not an ounce of bear and not an ounce of me really wanting to sell anything. I feel like there's still some good meat on the bones. Probably a lot of short sellers in pain. Oh, somebody asked me about that. So here's, if I turn the tree map off, here's the root of the short scan. All right. So what I like to do sometimes is just maybe see who's got the biggest short float and start there. Some big ones. And so you can, before I hand this out, I'm showing you how you can break it down and look through it. But what I have it doing is I'm having it on the tree map, and I've got it sorted by change from the close, change from the open. So I did see the request earlier. I'm going to save this scan and give it out. for anybody who wants to do some homework tonight, I'd be looking for stocks that are trending up and then consolidating sideways or looking like they just want to move higher. And if they have a high short float, put yourself in the shoes of the short seller. They're probably a little scared right now. And as we know, fear is stronger than greed. And for short sellers, fear can lead to short squeezes. What's my target for tomorrow, or in a stock particularly, or the market? We've had 2 big days. IWM is close to breaking out here to an all-time high. We might hit that today. And ideally, I might have some sell orders out there already to have the people chasing FOMO to come in and take me out for a profit. And that's the gist of contrarian trading. The more contrarian you can be, the more you're going to make, and the better you're going to do. If you're chasing green bars all day long, chasing new highs, you know the feeling of when the bid drops. That's no fun. You don't have any profits to hold you up. That was my individual watch list of individual names. Like if I put a heart on the list, it'll go on that list. But I do have the sector, and what I've noticed is uranium and nuclear. Okay, so I'm in NNE, and I have a very egregious offer at 38 to sell 1/3. And I'm being egregious and greedy because the URA and the NLR are the strongest sectors on the board today. And look at back to the 10 SMA. This is why I call it the momentum line. Perfect example. NNE bounce, double test that bounce at the area of interest, the 5-day moving average. All systems are go, boom. It's in momentum ignition mode. Did it close below? No, you stay in. There's no signal to get out yet. And of course, it has to look good on the daily chart. It has to make sense on the daily, meaning it broke out of all of that resistance there. In my world, I think things can run a solid 2 days, just like RR did for me. This is why I downshifted and took half off. A 2 solid green bar day in a row, that's going to be greedy if you try to spend too much more on that. Trying to remember the stock we were just looking at. Oh, RR, I think, was it? No. Gosh, which one was it? NNE. So I think NNE, we're on day 1. And that's also the reason I'm being greedy with it. Strongest sector. It's got room to run. It's only possibly day 1. I could get 2 days out of this, and I'll be a heavy seller up here at 40 at the 50-day moving average. That's all I really want. This is my bread and butter right there. And the shorter, the quicker the move, the better. And that's why I like the small caps, because you usually get those types of moves in small caps. Oh man, I got to talk to you guys about something. Whew. I made a video. I don't know if some of you may see it, but it's the first F-bomb I ever dropped in a video. Back when I started looking at the robotics, I made a really good trade in Symbotic. I took it into earnings because I had money to play with, and I rode 2 days, sold it. I was not in it. People might have thought I was, the way I was so angry. But what I was angry at was the fact that they gave us incredible guidance, good earnings, but our guidance. They said, boy, people are lining up for our robotics solutions for warehouses and assembly lines. They're the real deal. They make money. Well, there's probably a lot of people that missed this move that are important, big money people in Wall Street, and they weren't happy about that. So what do? Well, they have friends at Goldman Sachs that stay up probably burning the midnight oil, trying to find a reason that they can justify giving it a sell rating with a target of 47. Now, this might be one of the most egregious and just disgusting examples of the uselessness of the Wall Street analysts I've ever seen in my life. They're not there to help you guys make money. They're there to pull prices around and drag price around so their preferred clients can get into them. The very next day, the Trump administration says we're strong on robotics. Well, I had a nice bounce yesterday on that news, and then Symbiotic dropped a secondary, bring the price down even more. So this is just a really quickly egregious example of how when the big guys, I think, miss a move, they pull their levers and their tools, meaning analysts. Can't blame them for the secondary. That's on the CEO. But boy, that was one of the most disgusting downgrades I've ever seen in my life for the purpose only of just trying to bring the price down. And it was down 20% on a big day just because some idiot at Goldman got a memo late at night to figure out how to call it a sell rating. And that's all I'm going to say on that. It just disgusts me sometimes, the shenanigans that go on in this industry. Thank God I wasn't in it. However, I tried to play the bounce yesterday, made some money, and then after hours, thank God I was watching it after hours, dumped quickly, pulled it up, and they were offering secondary. Didn't even think twice. Thank God I got out at 66 after market. So, funny story. But analysts are not your friend, guys. Analysts are not your friend. Do not ever buy or sell a stock based on what they say. And if they do crush a stock that you're in, just get out. Don't even ask questions, because there was no bottom yesterday, 2 days ago in Symbiotic. The analysts have their way with moving stocks around, especially a Goldman Sachs analyst. My God, they're the worst. Anyway, it's legal for now. Maybe someday. Who knows? All right, did I get everybody's questions so far? I almost bought BBAI this morning, but it's just that I wish I had. Oh well. Because why? Because 24% short. I saw it on this list. But yesterday, Microsoft said, "Oh, our AI, we can't sell our AI," and it just, I don't know. I'm not really convinced that AI has turned the corner yet. So in the back of my mind, I had a bias against it. Let's check on the SPYs and the Qs. Again, this is very bullish there in the SPY. It's kind of an upward flag pennant. Same with the Qs. And if you're short and you're trying to cover, you're not getting a pullback. If you're bullish and you're FOMOing and you're trying to get in, you're not getting a pullback. That's usually what those mean. And I'll just say it. It usually leads to a pretty interesting move. We'll see. Bitcoin can't get out of its own way. But that ABTC isn't really watching Bitcoin. It's kind of just doing its own thing. And as long as I said earlier, as long as this thing makes higher lows for me, I won't sweat any of it. I like that perspective right there. I like about 3 or 4 days on the intraday, 15-minute. Is ChatGPT reliable for trading advice? Or I use it for fundamentals. It really kicks ass at fundamentals. It's literally a free research assistant. Trading advice, I don't know. That just really is a human feel. I've got 40 or 50,000 hours of watching price action. There's just no substitute for that. You can't. I try to teach it. I try to teach people what to avoid. I like helping people not do the common popular mistakes, because the less mistakes you make as a newbie, the better mindset you have and the longer you can financially stay in the game. As far as our chat GPT goes for trade ideas, I'm actually trying to upgrade. We've got probably a good 6 months of great emails of new topics and new things and new content that we could feed our GPT. So I'm probably going to take that project on. But in general, I would use Grok. I'm sold on Grok. I'm sold on Elon. As I said, Tesla, Optimus, RoboCab. If you haven't watched that link or tabbed that link for later to watch that I dropped, highly recommend it, so you can kind of see where we're going in this Futurama and why nobody's going to be able to compete with the RoboCab. I heard Gemini 3 is good. Yeah. I guess it really depends on what you want to do it for. There's so many different little subcategories out there to do things. Perplexity, Claude, whatnot. But I believe in Elon. I think he just makes the rest of the innovators chase him no matter what he does. He outthinks them and outworks them and outmanages them. As I mentioned earlier, I did buy some HYMC with my sloppy leftover funds, and it's just kind of working for me. All right, we got 15 minutes, 10 minutes or so. DJT, I need to get above this prior high. It's trying, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Got above it. That certainly helps. So yes, of the portfolio I went through, there's some core holdings that I'm probably going to have, like Kodak for manufacturing, Tesla. Obviously, I'm drooling over his products. DJT, I think I bought that at such a pretty good low price. I think that was one of the first experiences I used with Grok, and it said, "Wow, I can't believe the book value down here. It's basically trading for cash. It's got all that Bitcoin, and it's trading at like the multiple of nothing down here." So that'll probably be a long termer. JetBlue probably be short term. UAVS probably be short term. ONDS and RR. I think these are all short lived little small cap wonders that are just working well for the moment. NNE. I try and keep some of that. So I have a hybrid mix here, what I'm saying, guys, of swing trades that I will trade around, take profits on, and recycle the cash, because tomorrow could be a whole new sector that's interesting. But today it's the nukes and the robos, which I added I added both of them. Robo is one ETF, and you can see it's gapping up, breaking out on the daily, and then BOTZ, BOTZ, is the other ETF. They're just kind of different, but that's a new horizon now that I'm paying attention to. Wow, getting a good push here. Qubit, I'm going to hold Qubit as well. I think this could be day one. However, that's looming there at the 200 day. I'm going to sell more at the 200 day. I'm going to sell another quarter of Qubit at 1343. All right, that order's in. I would consider MindMed if I had any buying power, but it's just been such a bugger lately to trade. ANGX doesn't want to pull back that I'm in. How's Netflix doing? Speaking of the anti-ANGX, yuck. That just proves my thesis. People are canceling Netflix and maybe looking for alternatives. ANGX would be the anti-Netflix. Let's move this up to 44. I've got an offer to sell more UAVS at 44. If you look left, it makes sense to do it right there. If I get it, then the next level will be at the 200 day. And then if I get that, I just hold the rest. Hopefully that's the way it plays out. Oh, RR sold half, but it keeps on going. That's okay. Next resistance level is right there. I think I'll sell another chunk there at 487. Where are you? A chunk at 487. Really good move. I don't want to get too greedy. And then if they just continue to go berserk, well, then you still got a third left, and you're still happy. So Tesla might be running out of a little steam here, but I wouldn't be surprised if it just goes sideways for a little bit and let this rising 5-day moving average kind of close in on it. Seeing a lot of silver and gold miners. No, maybe not. Still might get stopped out of this one. Actually, I'm just going to take it. I think it's done. I'm just going to take it. Where'd you go? There you are. So we'll change that from a stop to a market. Raise some more cash. Gone. My problem in the past was that I wouldn't look at this move and take anything off. I would just, oh, it'll keep going. But then you have to suffer 3-4 days of pullback to get that next push. And that's the easiest time where you start changing your mind as a swing trader. So why am I in this thing? So I'd rather just, eat the whole chocolate bar right now and enjoy it because it was a great run. I've never really seen a full 2 days, 2.5 days of run, maybe 3 days. It's 3 days, 12. That's Monday, Tuesday. Wow. That's probably one of the biggest strings I've ever seen just follow a 15-minute intraday. And I'm just going to kind of eyeball it and say, maybe down here tomorrow, I've got cash. Maybe give it a couple of days actually, but I'll be interested again on a pullback. There's no, other than the newest version, you want to make sure you've downloaded the beta version or even the alpha version. It's built into that. There's no selective setting to get the R button, the R line. Let me see if I can find one in here. They're just drawn for us automatically, only when the system feels like they need to be drawn. Okay, so in RR, the stock is on high. Alpha, thank you. The stock is on high, and so the chart looks left and says, hey, the stock's making new highs. I'm going to look left for you, and I'm going to automatically draw a line in purple that says this is the next resistance. So I'm saving you some time just to let you know. And I use it, as you just saw, I use it all the time for laddering out of trades that are really running for me. I'll use that to take partial profits at each stage. So if it does hit that purple line, I will be left with 1/3 of my initial position. I am perfectly fine with letting that slop around for me. It keeps it on mind, on the radar. And I might even just like buy back into it, lower at $4 or something. Who knows? But I just want to ride the wave. I want to ride the wave. If you've seen surfers, you only get a brief amount of time to ride the beautiful face of a wave before it breaks and just turns into garbage and they bail out the backside. That's what I like to do. Okay, so I guess I'm working on a developer's feature that is teasing you guys. So once again, when the new version comes out, if that's the case, sometimes I can't keep track of what's in what. I get used to the new features, but definitely a reason to be excited about it because I use it a lot. And you can see on this chart, it comes in really handy right there. This Newsmax hasn't gone yet. I wouldn't say for you guys, maybe put an alert in there at 850 because it hasn't gone, but it's got that look. And I'm just, kind of Barry will be in a minute here. I'm going to leave you guys with that look. Put a price alert in here at 850 on Newsmax, maybe even 849, and anticipate a possible move. There's no short float to speak of, but it changed lanes, as I call it. It broke above the 10 SMA, and then yesterday it did close above the 20, and we're currently trading above the 20. We're trading above the area of interest here. It's kind of all systems are go, so I'm anticipating that could be a nice move. So that's something I would share with people that, trade idea, because I'm basically flat right here. I'm down Yeah, flat. I got in it yesterday, so I'm being patient. There goes mine med highs. It's thought I saw Bitcoin trying to do something, maybe not. Let's look at the Bitcoin chart. Look at that's how they algorithms work. They like to go down and test critical levels because they know everybody probably has their stop down here and then reversal. So this is a great example of if you're going to short sell things, you don't want to short sell new lows because more often than not, the new lows kind of bounce right back into play again. Yeah, the line will only show when a new high alert is triggered. So when I'm looking at my charts and I see, it's on new highs, that's really the only time it's going to do that for you. Then you could come back 2 minutes later and it'll be gone. I'm still on highs in RR. We still have our resistance line. What level is that again? 87. One more push. Yeah. It could also have what we call a doji day, because sometimes after a big up day like that green candle yesterday, the day after we can call a day of pause where there's no real winner, and there's nothing wrong with those. It's just kind of a day of rest, letting the indicators catch up to it. So let's talk about that, Girl Trader. I mean, it's tough when you see these things. They've been held down so long. It's like holding a balloon underwater. A lot of them have high short floats too, so they tend to run a little bit more than you might think they would. And then in my mind, I also know that we're coming up on the Christmas season, and that usually is a crazy season for small caps where they just run an insane amount, more than you ever expect them to. So I kind of had that in the back of my mind as well. And then lastly, like I said, with this qubit, I didn't count yesterday as day one. I count today as day one for the most part. I think it could have one more day in it, kind of like RR did. Barry.
I'm back. I'm sorry, Steve. I racing around doing stuff, so
No problem.
out of breath.
You do sound out of breath.
But I'm back. I am back. So you can leave if you want to. I'm sure you do want to, unless you're in the middle of answering somebody's question.
I think I got them all. And
all right.
I got a break. So hopefully helped people with some trading. We didn't do a whole lot of trade ideas configuring, but we talked a lot about swing trading. That's for sure.
All right. Okay. Good stuff.
Horrible. Enjoy that.
I'm munching on an apple. I mean, I'm so late in doing everything, but okay, Steve, thanks very much.
Okay, guys. Bye.
Just waiting for you to take out. There you are. All right, YouTubers, just give me one moment. Kind of get the other room going. Get music going. And get rid of my message. All right, guys, I am now back in every room. Yes. Meanwhile, wow, PMI. Look at this thing go. Wow. When was the first alert? 264 from the gap scanner at 12:41 while I was on my break. Yeah, so what that seemed to work out to was basically $64 on 100 shares, right, William? When I did the math, which is basically the percent. Makes it easy. So that means that you'd have to, that's $128 in and out. So you're going to have to make, so $100, if you bought 100 shares, it has to at least go $2 for you to make any money. Oh, just in. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought it was, okay. So W Harrison 2000. I want to find some in-person training on Trade Ideas 3 AI bots. Are you talking about our AI? Like you're talking about what we used to call the Holly? W. Harrison. There's no training, okay? I mean, this is what I'm going to show. Okay, this is what I would do. All I would do, all right? If you see what I'm doing, click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then scroll down, and you see where it says there are three that start off with Premium AI Strategy Trade, three that start off with Premium AI Strategy. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Pick that one. When you do, something like this is going to show up, okay? In my opinion, that's all you have to watch all day long. Okay, these are the alerts as they came in. Now, how you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is still going to be up to you. What the other thing I would do is in the filter box where it says, hopefully you can see what I'm doing. More than likely when you do it, it's going to say profitable trades is checked. Okay. Uncheck it. The reason why is that, in my opinion, use this like a watch list all day long. Just because something didn't work at the beginning, it could work later on. Okay. At a different level. So I would want to watch these all day long. Now, how you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. The only other thing I would make sure you have is the reentry columns, okay? So if I right click in the body of this window, right click on it, and go down to columns, and scroll down, alphabetical order. So you have a reentry price and a time. If you want to put the stop price in, also okay, but you have these three columns with respect to reentry. So what does it mean? So for instance, the QCLS, okay, the alert was at 10:05. The alert price was 650, but it actually moved down. If I if I bring it up, hard to see it here, but it actually hit 631, which was the stop. Okay, but then later on, not that long afterwards, about a couple of minutes later, it actually got halfway between the original alert price and that stop price, which is 640, and then from there it just ripped. So that's why you should have this reentry, because a couple of things. You may have missed it the first time, or even if you took it the first time and got stopped out, opportunity $8. Okay, and not maybe not $8, but where's the daily chart? Yeah, almost $8. Okay, okay, lost me. Lost me in terms of not understanding what I'm doing, or just lost the sound? Oh, you lost the audio. Okay. I did. I cut out for a second, just for a second. Am I back? I'm okay now. Okay. I wonder if the the internet connection did its little thing again. So, W. Harrison, can you hear me now? Okay. So, at what point did I cut out for you? Did you hear what I was talking about? How you should have this is the only window to look at? In my opinion, only window. Never mind the channel. Never mind everything else. It's way too complicated. Okay, the columns. Okay, so add these columns. All you have to do to add, if you don't, first of all, I'm surprised it's not part of the default, but if you click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window, you don't see these columns, the reentry columns. It's not sort of default that you see them. If not, then right click in the body of the window, right click on it, and then go down to columns where it says columns. Click on columns, and then it's alphabetical. So just scroll down until you see the reentries. So you have a reentry price, stop price, and a time. Make sure those columns, see how they're appearing for me. And so what does it mean? It means that, for instance, anytime a stock, so here's QCLS, okay? The alert was at 10:05 Eastern time. The alert price was 650, but look what happened. It actually got stopped out. The stop was at 631, but it came back halfway. If a stock gets stopped out, hits the stop price at any time, but then comes halfway between the original alert entry and the stop, in this case, 640 is halfway between 650 and 631. You will get another alert to say, you know what? You can always, if you took it the first time and got stopped out, or maybe you missed it the first time, you can always take it from here, try it from there to 640. In that case, it would have worked out great. Okay. Similar to the Cure, QURE. This was a short opportunity at 22.99, but stopped out. It hit 23.68. It moved up, but then it came back down halfway between. Let's see, the entry price was 22.99, so halfway between 22.99 and 23.68. Remember, this is a short opportunity. Halfway between that is 23.33. So again, if you missed it the first time or got stopped out the first time, you could always look at this one, say 23.33, and now, I mean, it's almost a dollar move on the re-entry. Now, I don't know what sort of a trader you are, what sort of experience you've got in trading, but the AI is not meant just because you get an alert, you immediately pile into the trade. Okay, you should have some trading experience. So when you click on the alert and you're looking at a chart, oh, okay, shorts for 4 years. Okay, well, the cure would have been good. Path though on a long would have been excellent. Obviously, 1688 on the entry, 1831 now, 8% up. Okay, I mean that one would have been excellent. But if you only want to do shorts, then you can just concentrate on the S's. Or you could even look at the L's. And if you've got some trading experience, my guess is that you may have been shorting tops, stocks that have sort of kept running, and then you figured out how to maybe figure out maybe the top and then shorted. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what your experience is. Okay. So that's why I would watch these, even though it says long, I would watch them because you might look at this AEVA as an example at 1563. Well, in fact, it got up to what, 16. You could have, depending on your, how advanced you are in terms of looking at tops, you might have said, you know what, I think that 16, if it goes down below 16, I'm going to short it, as an example. Okay. And, obviously, if it done that, that would have worked out very well. So just because this was a long suggestion doesn't, so the way I use this, I don't take every trade. Okay. I mean, the fact that it's our AI doesn't mean I take every trade. In fact, I probably only take one, or I didn't take one today. I should have taken the path. I just didn't, I just was a little too diverted doing something else, unfortunately. But I use this like a watch list though. Okay. Just like a watch list all day long. Because if you have any trading experience, then you know that stocks can set up at different areas. So that's kind of my overview of it. There's no other insight. The other one you might want to look at is my gap continuation or reversal scan. So for instance, I am sharing all my scans. Okay. Well, it depends on your broker, of course. But you're talking about, if it gets to this price, I want to take the trade, as an example. Is that what you mean? Like a set of buy? Yeah. Well, it depends on your broker, but virtually, I think all brokers will allow you to do that. Like, I think it's called like a limit buy or something. Well, I don't have E-Trade, but William has E-Trade in the room. And as far as a sell, I mean, you can usually put a stop in. I don't have E-Trade, but I can't imagine that you can't. But that's outside of trade ideas. Well, there's no automation of the AI. Okay, so is a good, because I have a question, and I have there's a question in our YouTube room. There's no automation of the AI, Rhonda. Okay. So there's no automation. So it's still a matter of you click on the alert. Do you want to take the trade or not? If you do, then you go into your broker and you put your limit buy, I guess, wherever you think that's where you want to take the trade. So yeah, Rhonda, there is no automation of the AI. You have to manually trade these. The only automation we have is if you have your own strategy that you want to auto trade, but there's no auto trading the AI. It's not the best way to use it. The problem with trying to automate it is that, I mean, there could have been an argument to automate the entries, but to try to automate the exits using the logic that it was no, not good. So, but but I don't see a big unless you cannot sit in front of your computer all day long. But even then, that's even more dangerous. I look, I've been trading for a few years. I will never automate. Never, 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 never. I always want to click on the symbol, see what's happening on the chart. If it runs a couple of pennies or a dime or something before I get in because I really like it, it should not be the end of the world. Okay. Yeah, go to info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, JVia. And ask yesterday's, Dan's webinar. He was sharing some scans. Could I have them? And somebody will. I don't have them, so somebody should be able to give them to you. Pepe, maybe even if he's in the room, he may have them. I know he was in there yesterday. I don't know if he took them or saved them, but definitely though, if you go to info at trade-ideas.com, just ask for Dan's scans from yesterday. Okay, and I think Steve probably has them. I just don't have them. Okay, I know he looks more at swing trading, and I'm not a swing trader at all. So I sort of caught a tail end of a bit of the stuff he was doing. BTC Block Solutions. Hello in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean the SPY has been just a mess today. I mean, really up. I mean, I've done this before, but up, down, up, down, up. Who knows now? But right on the VWAP, sitting still on the VWAP area. Just been very messy. There is not a BTC. No, that's a question we get a lot. No, there's no central repository of other scans that we can download from the cloud, publicly made available to members. You can have mine. I've got mine that I'm sharing all the time. There are some scans here. If you click on, I'm talking to BTC in our YouTube room. You can click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Docked Channel Bar, not Channel Bar, Docked Channel Bar. And these are all theme-based channels. And in these channels, there are scans. There are some scans and top lists and things like that have been created. Okay, so you can, and you click on the show more. You'll see the full. Oh, I forgot to do the sector status today. Maybe I'll do it a little later. Okay, so there you can have. They're there. There are a lot of things in here, and then in my. Oops. Just give me a moment. And then in my home on my homepage, you click on my homepage link. Let me get rid of this. Boy, PMI, what a move. Um, Click on my homepage link. And this is what you're going to see. No, well, other traders, yes. I mean, but if you come into the like today, Steve was in the room. He probably had some scans that he looked at. Andy has some. He'll be in tomorrow. Chris is on Monday. He probably has some, but there's no like here they all are. No, and here are mine. If you click on my homepage link and go to the scan section, these are the ones that I'm currently sharing. They're not all what I call scans. Scans technically are this real-time alerting, okay? But I have some races, large cap gainers. I have another race, a more volatile race. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Halts resumes is down here. It's more information than a scan, but technically it is a scan. The movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right here. Oh, you got mine yesterday. Okay. But I guess this is general information for anybody who doesn't know. And then my favorite now, guys, top scan for me, top information for me is the gap scan. If I weren't doing this, the only thing I'd have is this and some charts. That's all I'd have. When I say this, meaning moderating a trading room, that's all I would do. I would cut everything back and just have this as my idea generator. And as some of you know, this is really what happens. It creates a top list for me right here. No, there's no central cloud like that, BTC, no. And certainly not from our customers. I mean, a lot of customers are very protective of the scans that they create. So there's no way that we would well, it just doesn't happen. No, there's no central area where all the scans are. There'd be thousands of them anyway. Now, why isn't Path showing up? Let's see. Not showing up. I had a question about Path, I think. Did somebody ask me about that? Why isn't Path showing up somewhere? Am I hallucinating, or or is it, did not somebody ask me about Path? Oh, it was in the support questions. Sorry. Path not showing up in the top list. Okay. Okay, so adrenaline obsession. Let me answer this person first in our YouTube room. So every scan, I'll take a look at the top list windows, alert windows, etc. Okay, if you right click, go to configure, click on configure, and then click on exchanges. So here, my guess is that you have not got these checked for whatever reason. Okay, you see how you can check New York, America, MX, NASDAQ. I don't even know why I have these checked. I don't see any ever, but okay. So that's why. Okay. Well, there may not be any, there's not that many Amex stocks that get listed or that just show up in my scans. It just means that, no, the stock is not meeting the filter requirements. Doesn't mean there's none. But and the same thing kind of with the New York Stock Exchange stocks. I mean, most of the things that I do are not usually on the New York Stock Exchange, but they should be. I mean, if you check that, and depends on what your filters you're using, it's probably not generating anything. If you want to, you know what I mean? It's probably just not generating anything. Well, in your top list, it's just not generating anything. Remember, the top list is not like an alert window. The top list is just ranking. It's, it depends on your sort. What are you sorting on? So for instance, this is one that I've got. Other monitors. So this is uh so here's my top list, okay, of the symbols in here. So if I can sort, I don't know what I've sorted on. I think I have sorted on maybe the relative volume of the, but you can sort on any column that you've got, okay? I'm sorting now on the change from the open. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So it's possible that whatever you're sorting on is just not giving you any New York stocks. You'd have to give me the top list, but you'd have to come into the main room so I could look at it. You can't post it in YouTube. So if you wanted to come into the main room, I can take a look at it, but it just means that, most of the basically no New York stocks are showing up in whatever filters you're using. So you'd have to, if you know how to come into the main room, just click on my homepage link. I put it up ahead. Click on my homepage link and scroll down. And where you see trading room, here's how you can come into the trading room. Okay. And there's a lot more action there. And that's where you can actually post links and, maybe a scan you want me to take a look at. All right. Now, via Perry and Path. Okay. You have to give me just the top list. Okay. You have given me your layout. There are 15 in there. Okay. Windows or plus charts. You have to just give me whatever you're wondering is not showing up in the top list. Okay. Yeah. I'm not going to, I can't load 15. So just give me the top list itself. Okay. If you don't mind. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Let me see. Now, because I don't think on a top list window we can do like, why isn't this showing up? But you can do it on an alert window, but like symbol not showing or something like that. Okay, so let's take a look. So yeah, I see that it's not showing up here. Okay, I just want to check one thing, see if it's I think you're I'm take a look at path. Yeah, obviously it was a gap. Okay, just want to make sure the gap was there. Of course, that's where it closed at 1490 and it opened at 16. So yes, so the gap is there. I don't know. Your relative volume is fine. So it was 4% above, yes. 25 cents above, yes. Obviously 250,000 shares, yes. Current volume between 1 and 100. It was up from the close, yes. Open, it's must be there's your open, 10%. Yes, that'd be, $1.60, so that would be 17.60. There's your open, and so it would have to be at 17.60. You wouldn't see it until 17.60. Price was flat from the open. Okay, so you actually had it okay. Now, maybe it's a sort buy, I don't know, maybe it's a sort buy, which is a real let's see how many shares were traded. Okay, let's do a sort on the volume. I really don't like this sorting. Yeah, not showing. I don't know. I off the top of my head, I don't know why it's not showing up. Path, UI path. I wonder if it is definitely a well, here's a for instance, adrenaline, you're talking about, well, no, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm wondering. I wonder if there's let me do something here. Okay, I'm gonna try something here, okay? Okay, just give me a moment. I'm just gonna do something very quickly. Okay. You might have, hit on something, adrenaline. I'm wondering if there's something, yeah, because, path is showing up in the alert window, but not in the top list window. And Adrenaline in our YouTube room was saying that stocks were New York stocks were showing up in the alert windows, but not the top list windows. So I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna have to direct that to somebody and see if there's sort of a bug or something. You know what I can do? Take a top list window. Duplicate this just for fun. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, sorry about that, guys. I had to take that call. Just give me a moment, okay, Rhonda? Just give me one moment. Where the heck was I in doing something here? I lost my train of thought. It was trying to find path. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Just give me a moment. Okay, all I want to do now, I just want to look at the exchanges and just check New York. That's what I was trying to do and see if there's anything. Okay, well, New York does show up. New York is showing up. These are new. Let's make sure. Well, this is ARCA. Okay, wait a minute. Well, New York ARCA. Ah, check the wrong thing. All right. Well, that's okay. Well, these stocks are showing up. These are New York stocks, so they are showing up. Okay. So there's not the issue. I thought maybe top lists just weren't showing it. But Path for some reason, yeah, well, here's Path. Here's Path. Yeah, there it is. So it should show up. Why it is not in your scan, I don't know, Via Perry. Okay. But it is showing up. Okay. I don't know. I can't tell you. But you can see right there, it is definitely showing up. So Rhonda, just give me a moment. I can answer your question. I know what's going on. Okay. Okay. So what's going on? Your scan. So more than likely, if you have if you have an alert window or a top list window that you're trying to see data in the pre-market, if you right click on pick one, okay, one that you're saying that you weren't getting any data in the pre-market, pick one of them and right click and click on configure. And more than likely, if you click on the specific filters, more than likely you've got, or click on the summary, more than likely you have the relative volume filter active. Okay, it's not on here, but this is the relative volume filter. Okay, the relative volume filter, more than likely you have that one active. If you have that active in the pre-market, you will get no data until the market until 9:30. Okay. Now, if you have an alert window and you don't have that, I mean, one of the things you can do, of course, is and you're looking for new highs in the pre-market, you have to be using the pre-market filter or the pre-market highs, not a filter, but the alert. But my guess is that you've got the relative volume filter active in your scans, and nothing will happen in those windows until 9:30. Yeah, it's a top list. I can't do it. Oh, okay. It's not checkable. Oh man, that's a So here's I'm just going to show a top list window. So here's a top list window. Okay. Right click, configure, exchanges. You're trying to tell me, and I'm not disputing it. Okay. You're trying to tell me that you cannot check. Can you give me the, you don't have to give me the cloud link. Now that's why I asked if, can you give me the cloud link just for that top list window, the volume leaders? Okay. You know how to do that? Just give me the cloud link so I can load it on my end and take a look at it. Okay. So imagine this was it. Okay. Let's pretend this was it. And I'm just looking for the top list. I don't want your entire layout. So imagine this was it, the one you're talking about. Right click on it. Save or share to cloud. Save or share to cloud. Click on that. Save and share. Okay, click on the save and share there. Say okay. Now, in here, just Control V on your keyboard, Control V, and that'll paste it in. See what I did? That pastes it. Oh, there. Okay, you're ahead of me there. Okay. So let's take a look at it. There's usually some explanation, but so, okay, I just loaded yours, and these are certainly, I can certainly check them. I can certainly check them. So you went to exchanges, right? Right click, configure, and exchanges. Are you a new user, Jude? I'm just wondering. I mean, you have filled out the exchange agreements, right? Oh, you're a new user. I'm wondering if you haven't filled out the exchange agreements, and for New York, maybe you filled it out. Like, are you getting other ones, or this is what you're getting, right? You're only getting the pink sheets. Ah, my guess is that you may have think you've filled out the exchange agreements, but you haven't. And the exchange agreements have to be filled out saying you're not a professional trader and all that sort of stuff before we can release these exchanges to you. So what I would do is this. There you go. So Pepe just put in, you can click on that link that Pepe just put in and click on it and make sure you fill out, just say, no, 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 you're not a well, unless you are a professional trader. That's probably the reason, even though you've got a green ball, which looks like which is probably, you think, well, I'm connected, but that's probably the reason. Okay. And just, as a general statement to everybody, every year, not the same day every year, but everybody is going to get something from Trade Ideas saying, please fill out your exchange agreements again. Okay. Do we want to do that? No, but the exchanges force us to do that. Otherwise, we get audited. And if we don't do it every year, because if you're a professional trader, you have to pay for that data, and we direct you to the exchanges, and you like, I don't think we take the money, but that's what they're looking for. If you're a professional trader, then this data is not, you have to, I mean, obviously, if you're not a professional trader, everything you see here is included. All the real-time data is included. But if you're a professional trader, you have to pay for this. I'm just talking in general. I'm not saying you are, Jude, of course, but I'm pretty sure that's got to be the reason. So, Rhonda, did that make sense? Did I help you out, making sure that you don't have the relative volume active as a filter in your scan? I mean, I mean, you don't have to complete. Well, you have to. If you have a value in that, you have to sort of delete the value, and then you can always add it back when the market opens if you want. Probably that's what you want to do. Well, this is one that showed up a little while ago, 113, so about 30 minutes ago or so. This when I say showed up on the continue on the gap scanner, 1093 hasn't moved yet. Where did PMI show up? That was at 1241 while I was on my break. 264. Wow, nice one. Nice one. Nice one. Now, 264 stock got up to 311. That's a great percentage move. Ooh, this is maybe a little scary, but NLOP just showing up as a potential short. Yeah, it's a common error. It's a common problem, Rhonda. Okay, you're not alone. Believe me. You didn't think about the relative volume. There'd be no reason why you would think of it. It's a common problem. So what you could do is create what I'll call a pre-market layout and use that, and then load your 930 layout. That's what I do. Or you can go back into your scans and add the relative volume if you want. If you're here early enough, anybody here early enough, you know this is not the layout I use in the pre-market. And because I took out, I have relative volume here, I have relative volume here, I think. In fact, yes, I know I do have. So I have relative volume in both these. So these would not work in the pre-market. So this NLOP, oh man, it's probably going to crash down. I mean, I'm looking now. The spread just widened. I mean, it was 24.90, 24.95, and I was thinking about it, but now the spread has widened as a potential short. I have to back this out on a monthly chart to see where the next low is. Back in July of last year, the low is 23.38. So a little bit of room, well, quite a bit of room actually to that low on the monthly chart for NLOP. Yeah, I'm just not in love with the spread, guys. I know I could probably try to get a fill in between somewhere, but I'm just not in love with that spread. Boy, oh boy, guys. I mean, this one, I sort of remember this one. This was back in December where this one got up to $20. That is the next high on a daily chart. And that is for BIOA. That is the next high. So it's like $10 away to the next high on the daily chart. That's what that red line means. That was the high in that month. Had a nice yeah, nice, well, multi-month run from the bottom here. Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it, Jude? I mean, it was just something. It's relatively simple, but if you don't know, it's the end of the world, isn't it? Not the end of the world, but it's like trying to. It looks like an impossible thing. Like, why is this happening? Well, that was the reason. You're not the first, and you will not be the last. People have that issue. The only time it bugs me is when people say, "Yes, I filled it out," and I don't know why you guys are doing this, and et cetera, et cetera. And we find they didn't fill it out, but you have to admit that you didn't fill it out or you didn't fill it out correctly. I mean, but we get some people get very testy about it, saying, "I did so. I know I filled it out." Well, we just have to look it up, and if it's not filled out correctly, it's not filled out correctly. Not talking to you specifically, Jude, but you know what I mean. Okay, guys, well, it's 1:48, so around 2 o'clock, I start to get a little antsy. If there are no questions, I'll probably take off. William says he's going to keep the main room open till 3:45, so there's still action in the room. YouTube, I do have to shut you down when I leave, but you can always come over to the main room. You too, Mr. 2000. Guys at QCLS, I still have a faint hope that maybe it takes out that high and just runs to the end. But that high is up here at $8, so it's got about $1 to go. But the way it is, the way it's trading, anything can happen. And I'm not going to chase it, of course, or I'm not saying, I think it's going to happen, so I'm going to take it now because I think it's going to take out 8. No, no. Meanwhile, path just continues to make new high after new high. New York stock, right there. Yes. Now, amazing. It's coming right into that high on the daily chart, which is October 10th. It's coming right into it, and the day before, a little bit higher. The monthly high 2 months ago was 1881. What a move! Like what an earnings play, guys. There's not enough data for me to support this, but what I have been finding, just sort of anecdotally, is that if I get an alert right here, okay, gap down and go, the PHG, that was early on 950, okay, 2637 was the alert. I don't even know if it worked out from there. Probably not. But look at it. Later on in the day, I got the gap up and a gap down and reverse. And I'm finding if you get the same symbol, remember now, this is a don't repeat, but you will get the symbol again if it shows up in another scan. Like this scan here was a gap down and go. This scan is a gap down and reverse. And I'm finding if you get something that just turns around, it can be relatively powerful. Now, not enough data to back that up yet, but I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the room this has got. Problem is it's a little bit parabolic on the 2 and the 5. Showed up right here. The AI. I know it probably showed up in your combo scan. Did it show up earlier than 940? And it was showing up here too. I know it was showing up here, but really interesting. So it showed up in our AI at 940. That was my fault. I mean, my mistake, not knowing it was an earnings play. I would have been way more interested in it. StubHub is coming back, really? Stub is not showing up anywhere for me. Why? Well, the relative volume is way too short, low, but doesn't mean it's not worth trading. It just means that's why it's not showing up anywhere for me. 0.63. Still got it on a weekly chart. So yeah, I mean, I got hammered down. It's hmm. You mean a certain sector, Miko? Which I didn't go over today at all. So if you go to okay, I mean, if you're talking about sectors, like the major sectors, yes. So if you click on new from the toolbar, now there is a way in the competitor section, but let me do this one first, okay? So go to the dock channel bar, click on dock channel bar, and so here are the major sectors. Click on the show more, and if you scroll down, and sector status. Click on the sector status. Just let it load. So here are the ones that are in XLE as an example. Okay, here are all the stocks that are in XLE, XLP, XLU, etc. Okay, so if you're talking about the major sectors, there is a way to do that. Okay, so that's one. That's one. Well, at least to find the stocks in the major sectors. Now, s- a certain segment. Let me see if we can still do it. Okay, did you understand that though? How you do that? Yes. Let me just click. Yes. Well, you can take this. Yeah, you can take this the top list out. Let me make sure. Oh, sure you can, but I just want to make sure in case they've changed things. So here's the energy sector. So if you right click and you duplicate into free floating window, okay. Well, these are. I mean, I don't know where we're getting our list, but that's all I can say. I mean, you can take this out. Okay, you can take any one of these out and duplicate into a free floating window. And when you do that, here it is, free floating. Okay. So now you can add it to your layout if you want, or every day if you just want to go into a specific sector, go to this, and maybe there's a sector you really want to keep an eye on. Just again, right click, duplicate into free floating. Okay. Now, so if you're looking for something that every single energy stock. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming I don't know enough about it, I guess, but I'm assuming that in the XLE there is a finite number of stocks that make up XLE. Okay, but is it the entire um, oil and gas sector? We do have some, but I don't know how up to date it is. But if you right click, but before I do that, I want to show you one thing. I want to make sure we can still do it. Oh yeah, you can create a watch list. If you have a list of symbols that you like, if you can go to a website or something and you have a list of symbols in a column that you want to copy and paste, sure, you put it into a watch list. If that's what you mean. I know there's websites out there. I just don't know if they're copyable. Sometimes they you just can't copy. You can type them in one by one, but oh, you mean a scanner? Well, so I'm not sure I know what you mean then. So this is what I thought you meant. You could create a watch list of the stocks you want to follow, and then attach it to an alert window or a top list window, however you want to monitor it. Ah, I see. Okay. Okay. Well, go to the columns and you can see, yes, you can. Okay, yes, you can. I don't because it takes up a lot of space, but you can see. So on anything, let's say an alert window or a top list window, here's how you can hear all your sectors, or sorry, company name, sub-industry, industry group, subsector, sector, et cetera, et cetera. And you could have it as a column. Well, the watch list that I showed you, you can add, but you can add columns to it. You can do anything you want. Once it's outside, you can do anything you want to it. If this is what you mean. I'll just take the energy sector as one. Okay, so I'm going to pop it out. Just going to pop it out so it's free floating. And right click. So I'm going to pop it out, duplicate it into a free floating window. Oops. So here it is. Maybe do this, exit that out. Sorry, by doing that, I sort of, okay. So now here's where if you want, so you right click, configure. If this is what you're talking about, for some reason, my system really slowed down. Just give me a moment, right click, configure. You know what it is? It's this stupid surfing. Okay, so columns. So here you can add columns. You can add the columns if you want. I mean, it's going to be a huge, but I'll do things like, okay, company name, industry, sector, exchange. I mean, industry group, etc. So now, like that. I don't do it because I mean, I don't care. I mean, I don't want to say it quite like that, but I don't care. I don't want to see all this. Takes up space, but so that when you said, can you add company name, sector, subsector in the column? I didn't add subsector, but I could add it. You can't search though. I see. You cannot search on subsector pipeline transportation as an example, or you cannot search on this if that's what you're asking. See, there's no way. Well, let me make sure. I'm pretty sure you can't, but you see the window specific filters. Yeah, this is it. I'll show them all. And these are all the filters. So there is no sector in here. Okay. We've had others have asked, we'd like to be able to search on country. Just show me all the China stocks, or don't show me the China stocks, or things like that. We can't do that. We can't search by country. We have the flag here, but we cannot search on that. Now, one thing. Let me bring up a bio. I haven't done this for a while. Oh, it doesn't even work? Oh, here we go. Okay. That's what I was gonna say. So for instance, if you're into, looking at the bios, okay, and you clicked on, a stock, like I clicked on BIOA, okay, and it happens to be in the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. So here are the details, and you can see it's in the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. When you click on competitors, you should get a list like this, okay, and right click, and then you can pop it out. You can pop this out, and now here's a top list for you of, and I'm not saying it's the most complete list in the world, but and then you can take it and also say, okay, now I can take it and say, well, only show me stocks in a certain price range or minimum volume or doing something interesting. So, for instance, I'll answer your question, Tesla, in a second. Um, well, here's physical engineering and life sciences. Okay, the same sort of thing. Pop it out. So here's a top list that you can take a look at, and you can massage this. Well, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. So can you sort on it? In other words, oh, look at path. Oh, why am I not in a path? Yeah, you should be able to do a sort on the column. Okay. So the example I had before with pipeline transportation, you should be able to sort on it. It should be alphabetically sort for you, and then you can copy just those ones and put them into a watch list. And I mean, it's a bit of work, but I mean, I guess you can do it. Try it. I don't have it up anymore. Yeah, I'm just not sure. I just don't know how complete it is. Okay, so don't. That's a good option. It's a good option. Yeah, used to show people, especially with farmers. When all the farmers are always kind of crazy. And again, you pop it out. Now, again, what I was saying though, you may not want to see every one of these, but now here's how you can massage it. Put in a price range you want, the minimum volume that you want, relative volume, all sorts of things, up to 10% for the day, down 10%, whatever you want to do, and create a top list just of these symbols. Yes. Well, let me just add. I just out of curiosity, I just want to add some columns and prove to myself that they are. Well, okay, I was sort of no, I'm missing the boat here. So under sector, it's all going to be the same sector, of course, manufacturing. So it's not really. So I don't know if that helps you or not. Yeah, I guess you can sub industry. Yeah, I mean you can check to see if it is in a sub industry. Yes. Intel. Okay, somebody asked about cash flow. You're talking about like a rundown for Intel. I mean, there's lots of scans that can create. So Intel is down. So at the beginning of the day, I mean, it's just a matter of showing stocks making new lows of the day, really, and with a filter in place that with a excuse me with a what is the relative volume? See, the relative volume is not that high. Okay, it's not that high. So, I mean, I could create something. I could create something that's going to show you Intel making new low, new low, new low, and all that. But look at the relative volume; it's very low. So you would have to create. You could create an alert window or a top list window that's going to. But with the relative volume pretty low, you'll get a lot of other ones that you may not want to see. If that makes sense, okay? Because yeah, I can create a scan that'll show you any stock you want, honestly. But the problem is in something like this, with the relative volume being so low, you could see for every Intels you see, you could see 20 others that don't do anything. You know, they're not going to necessarily move all the way down like Intel did. Now, what I would have done, you see, with Intel, because Intel had news. I think Intel had news this morning, something about something about something. So had you been doing some pre-market work, you would have seen some news on Intel, and in that case, you may have just wanted to watch it, put it on a chart, put some price alerts in to see if it's moving down. I just can't remember what the news was. There was some news on Intel though. This is what it was. And obviously, maybe the market doesn't like that. Intel to keep the networking and communications unit. I think they were going to sell it off. Okay. But now they're not going to. So that probably caused the drop. But, to create a scan to find this, I mean, you can do it, but yeah, Pepe, I got I shouldn't bother you all the time on this. I should save it somewhere. Somebody's asking for this session's being recorded and where can I watch it? Must be I want to say just go to our YouTube page, but understand that I start recording at 9 o'clock, okay, Eastern time. So we are now at 2 o'clock. So that's 5 hours so far. Well, but you do understand. Well, you can create a large cap scan. Whatever you might want to take a look at something like now. Is it like up or down, moving up or down or both? Do you have trade ideas, Tesla? So you have trade ideas though? Oh, okay. Okay. The short answer is you can just zero in on large caps if you want. I know what you're seeing here are not necessarily large cap stocks. Okay. But any scan, I'll just take a look at this top list window. Okay. As an example. Okay. Don't worry about what it says. Okay. Well, if I only wanted to see, if I click on configure, I mean, I'm just going to show you in general and I do a search. First thing I would do is market cap. Type in market cap. Okay. Okay. So here's market cap. There is a filter you can add to every one of your scans that you create with trade ideas. Add the filter and whatever your minimum is it, a billion, 2 billion, 10 billion, half a billion, you know what I mean? You put whatever minimum you want. Okay, here's a way to see them. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, so in order for you just to see large cap stocks, it's simple, very, very simple. You have to determine what you consider a large cap stock is, what the minimum is. You can always add float. What do you want the float to be? What's the minimum float? Right here, look at the float is 4.2 billion. And for Intel, big float. Obviously a huge market cap. So you can create, certainly, if you just want to see large cap stocks moving, you can absolutely do it. Just zero in on that. And if you become a member, I can show you. Again, I don't expect you to remember all this, but then that's very simple to do. And then you could do a sort on stocks up or down 2% or 3% or whatever the number is. I mean, remember now, you're not going to get gigantic percentage moves. So you may want to put 1% or 1% up or 1% down so you can see them. And then you can click on the symbol and see what's happening. What does it look like on the chart? Does it become something you want to trade? So a membership and all you need is a standard membership, okay? You don't need to go premium. So let me show you how much it is. And you could always just start off with like 1 month with a discount. And if you don't like it, you just say, okay, I don't like it. And just tell us and we won't continue the membership. Oops, just give me a minute while I get my homepage link. Okay, so there's my homepage link. I just put it in. So if you click on it, so this is what you're going to see. Here's a promo you can get, 15% off, okay, 15. You click on the Get Started Now. So I would make sure you go monthly, and this is it, the blue bundle. Oh, well, that's annual. What, is that right? What happened? There you go, monthly. So that would be 127 minus 15%, okay, for the first month only. If you didn't like it after a month, just say, you know what, I don't like it. So 127 minus 15%. And then you can try us out and you can come into the trading room and you can ask questions. There's a nice starter series of videos that give you an idea about what you're looking at, alert windows and top list windows and all, how to create scans. But I can certainly help. But did you created a free account, Tesla? Is that what you're talking about? You created that free account, that the market scope, something like that? Yeah, I mean, you have to, and that's why I go monthly, okay? Don't take an annual. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, it helps to keep the rooms free, okay? And use my code, the Barry15. This helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo code usage and all that. So the more people who use my code, the more we can keep these rooms free. And I say rooms because there's a more active room. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but there's a more active room. You scroll down and trading room, okay? So you're in our YouTube room. You can stay there. I mean, there's no problem staying there, but it's not as active, not as much interaction amongst traders. So if you're looking for that, you can come into this room. It's free. Same thing. It's free. And people see my screen and hear me. plus that room is open at 6:45 Eastern time in the morning, and I'm going to be taking off soon, but it's still open till 3:45. Somebody keeps the room open till 3:45. There's no more screen sharing. Nobody's on the mic, but there's still, interaction amongst traders. So on a big day in the main room, you can come in at 6:45 and stay till 3:45 if you wanted. Yeah, I mean, there will be a Christmas, we already had a nice promo for Black Friday and all that, but the codes are not, I could give you an annual code, but I don't want you to take on an annual subscription, okay? Because you got to know you want the product. So now you can go monthly, and if you decide that you want an annual subscription, I mean, the only reason to take on an annual is that the per month cost is lower. I mean, that's the reason. I just like the look of it, KJ. Okay. Question is why am I using a bar chart? This sort of a chart instead of the candlestick chart. So a long time ago, we have something was an add-on called Go No Go. Okay, I don't use it anymore, but in order to use Go No Go, it worked on the OHLC, and I liked it. I liked the way this looked. Okay, for me, it was very distinctive. The open and the close of the bars, and so I liked it. It just seemed to be more compact. So I decided to stick with it. That's the reason. It's just less busy. Yeah, it's less busy than a candlestick, and it still gives me once I understood what these little what these little, especially on a daily chart. I like looking at the daily. I can very very quickly see where the close was, where the open was, and all that. I just like to see it. I'm not saying you can't do that on a candlestick chart. Of course you can too, but I just like the compact feeling of this. And it's easy to do. I mean, you can always go back and forth, of course. But if you right click and click on select chart style, and here it is, the chart style. So obviously the top one is the candlestick, and here's the OHLC that I'm using. So you can, you're not stuck with one or the other. You can always try. Anybody listening to me can try out. If you don't like it, you don't like the look of it, that's fine. Hey, I use candlestick charts for 20 years. And I never in a million years thought I would change, but all right, guys. Wow, a little overtime for me. Not really overtime, as I've always said. I'll say later if I have questions. It's just if I don't have any questions, I have things to do with trade ideas, and also maybe do a little trading on my own, not having to monitor the rooms. That's kind of the reason. Sometimes I just do take off. Not so much call trades, okay, Tesla. I'm not going to ever say, okay, guys, you should take this trade. For instance, HLF was a trade I took today, okay? And so if you're listening to me, not HLF, sorry, no, not HLF, I wish, HRL. And that showed up here, okay, in my gap scan, 2453 at 950. And I said, you know what? If it gets to a certain level, I really want to take this, and it was a short. Okay, this was a short. And so if you listen to now, because I'm not going to say everybody should be shorting this at whatever price I decided to short at. Okay. But that was one. Okay. That was certainly one. And then a tougher one, definitely a tougher one, was the QCTS or sorry, QTCS, QCLS. Tougher one in that, it was very, very very volatile. But I'd mentioned, I want to take this over a 6 break. This is a long time ago. Okay, quite a while ago. I'm shying away more from these ones. I kind of like the less volatile ones now, but doesn't mean I'm going to not ever trade these. But I'd rather look at the less volatile ones. Not going to get as big a percentage moves. I know that, but all right, guys. Boy, I mean, this two great ones. I mean, the path has just been awesome most of the day. Even the been very volatile. The QCLS, the AEVA, which I went long towards the end of the day yesterday, which kept running and running and running, and it just kept running today. You can see where it closed. I mean, I rolled this right into the close yesterday, and that showed up. I believe it showed up on the gap scan. And if you were in the room, you heard me talking and how I did take this trade. See, that's why I can tell it's, close right at the high of the day, just very visually for me. I know the candlesticks can do the same thing, but I just find that this is nicer. All right, guys, I think I'm done. So thanks for all the help all day long. As always, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll get the main room will open at 6:45. I'll open YouTube around 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. So have a great evening. And the main room is open till 3:45. So even after I leave, the main room is still open. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to mute myself now in the main room, and I will put this surfing on. And I have to shut down YouTubers. So goodbye, YouTubers.